Hello everyone, and welcome back to Laurence Plays Foundry. It's another Wednesday, and so it's time for some more Foundry. Isn't it a picturesque game? I mean, look at that. There's my blast furnace and the air heating towers in the background, just towering over the landscape with a lovely planet in the background in the sky up there, and some trees over there. Yeah, it's just jolly pretty. It almost gives Satisfactory a run for its money. So yes, welcome one and all, and hello regular, and well done on the 140 stream streak. That's impressive. That is, I mean, I think I've probably made this joke before, but I feel like that's a longer streak than I've managed. I've definitely missed at least one stream in the last 140. So in a way, you're better at this than I am, which I think is quite an achievement. So yes, hello, welcome. Well, good to have you here. Right, so what's going on? Well, there's a big hole in the ground here. What else is going on? So last time I got this blast furnace up and hopefully blasting. I think it was, oh yes, I remember, right at the end of the stream. We got it to the point where it was sort of filling up and warming up. Oh, it's insufficient hot air again. What? I put in a bajillion hot air heatomatrons to make sure that we were going to actually have enough. Are you telling me it's still not enough? That's ridiculous. Okay. Well, I guess this is going to be the first thing to look at then. So, what's going on in this pipe? There is 23 litres of hot air out of the 6,750 it could potentially take. We're pumping through almost 300,000 per minute. So, okay, fine. But I thought we reckoned this was enough, and the temperature's going down as well. So really, really not enough. Maybe there's not, yeah, maybe it's something like a power issue and there's not enough air going in or not enough, yeah, there's no air coming out of these things. Perhaps you may well be right, it's because we run out of... No, we've got loads of battery power left. It's going down at 38 megawatts. Got 15 megawatts going into the air intake, 18 going into the stoves, and there's an ore vein miner, but we don't care about that. We are... Could it be that we're not... These aren't outputting enough power? No, this all seems... I mean, I feel like this is okay. There is a number here that's moving around, and we seem to have enough. I think we've got enough power. Yeah, that's gone up a bit. So I think we've got enough power. We've got enough power. There's plenty in the batteries. So I don't understand why it's not working. You're enabled. 100% utilization. You're enabled at 100% utilization, and yet when I poke this. Okay, we've got 300,000 litres of air going through, but apparently that's not enough. This thing is honestly not very helpful. Right, so max input rate's 108,000, so that's 216,000. But oh no, I've got three of them. That's 324,000. And these guys, what are these producing? 324, and these are producing 324. That's the same. That should be enough. It should just be balanced, I think. 162 is, yeah, 300, yeah, 324. 108, 216, 324. These should be perfectly balanced. Let's shut you down for a moment. Let's select the right tool for the job and go, right, okay, there we go. This pipe is now filling up, as you'd expect, given that we're using... So that's now basically full. So now if I turn this on again, it should take the air out of this at the same rate it's being put in by the other things. But that number is going down. Max throughput of the network is 360, which is more than 324. I built solar panels fairly arbitrarily, if I'm being honest. So I don't think power should be an issue, because if we look over here, if we look at the grid stats, they're still it's now dawn more or less. We're about to we've got power coming out of the solar panels, but it's only just started. And if we look in here, the batteries are mostly full, and yes, they're charging back up again. So now we have oodles and oodles of power. We've got full 52 megawatts coming out of the solar, and the batteries are charging. Therefore, we definitely have enough power right now. This pipe is empty again. It feels like, for some reason, 2 of these, despite the fact that the numbers say this should be enough, it's not actually quite enough. Is the air leaking out of the T-junction at the end? Yeah, clearly that's clearly the problem. That's why we're having the issues around here. But yeah, this is not at 100. This is only at 75% utilization, which makes sense. Which explains why we've not got enough air. This one's at 100. This one's at 100. So somehow, 2 times 164. 2 times. Yeah, 2 times 162 is apparently less than 3 times 108. Could somebody check my maths on that? I'm not being stupid, am I? Those numbers should add up. That should be correct. It's just, for some reason, we're getting some loss in the pipes. Okay, well, I guess the answer is going to be put in another one of these air gatherometrons and just suck in more air, which is it's frustrating because this should be absolutely fine, but it isn't. So I'm just going to have to. Okay, good. I'm glad I'm not being a complete idiot who can't do math. Thank you, regular. I mean, I was basically certain that I was correct, but sometimes it's nice to be sanity checked. Are we in vertical mode? We're in vertical mode. Stop being in vertical mode. Yeah, it's nice to be sanity checked just in case I'm being an idiot, because occasionally it happens. I won't deny it. So yeah, I don't understand why that's not working. However, in the best what's the name of factory games, I'm going to just increase it further and get more input. If we haven't got enough output, I'm going to get more input until things behave themselves and it stops messing around and being bloody stupid. So I'll extend this out a bit like that. I'm going to have to go and get another one of these, the bases for these things, and then wait for that to be built. Yeah, I wish to file a bug report, as they say. So I need another one of those. I can't copy it. I presume I don't have one in my backpack. I don't even know what it's called. I don't even know if I'll be able to find it. It's an air intake, isn't it? So if I search for air, I won't have one, because why would I? I brought over exactly the right number. Not that I'm bitter or anything. I have plenty of pipeline, though, so I'll be able to finish that off. Right, let's go and get another one of those. In the meantime, we can have a little bit of a chat about other things and whether they're working or not. So once this gets up and running, this is going to provide an enormous quantity of iron plates. That's the general idea behind it. And I've dug a tunnel from there all the way to my factory, which is way over here somewhere. And that's eventually, we're going to take enormous quantities of iron down there and supply it to the factory. That requires me to run a large quantity of green belts. To make those green belts, I'm going to need a lot of green circuits. And unfortunately, my system over there at the copper vein has stopped making green circuits because it has run out of copper. Because the vein bits that I've tapped have run out. They've been dug in as far as they'll go. And I can't increase that yet because I don't have a fracking tower. That is not me swearing, that is literally what it's called. You can see it up there in the top corner. So yes, we're not going to get one of those for a little while. Because the research can't be done, and I suspect the research isn't going to get done without any green circuits. So we've got a bit of a circular problem there, and in order to short circuit that, I'm going to have to go back over to the copper vein and put in some more vein miners and start digging out more copper from fresh vein patches, which we do have over there. So it's not going to be too difficult, but it is going to be another thing that's going to need to be done. But I would like to get this nonsense finished first. You're a pipe intake. Let's search for. Oh, it's going to be under buildings, isn't it? Buildings. Air intake base. Make me one of those. Iron, steel, advanced, and green. So if we look in here, we can find green and steel and advanced. And I've run out of space in my inventory. Advanced. Right, okay, so and some iron there as well. But, dump that in. And then get the iron as well. And we'll dump that in. Apparently that's not enough iron. Okay, well, we'll just let that run and load up with more and more and more of whatever it needs. And eventually we'll get enough iron in there. We'll make another air intake base, fly back over there, place the air intake base. Then while that's building, I will get some additional vein mining drill. If you were a vein miner, where would you be? Obviously in front of the mirror, but that's not particularly helpful. Geothermal boilerizer. What about along here? Transport ship, freighter, chemical process, passengers, fluid assembly. Where Okay, I'll do it the other way. If I wanted to make a vein miner, what would I need? Oh, okay. If that's all it needs, they're probably going to be over here somewhere. Spaceship pad, pump, tier 3 inserter. Are you down here somewhere? No, it's a mining drill. I don't know where half the stuff around... Oh, there they are. There are the vein miners. Actually, do I have any? I should check that. Yes, I've already got 5. All right, let's not pick up any more of those because I don't need them. I have a quantity of yellow belts. Let's get an additional quantity of yellow belts because I feel like I'm going to want to use those in large quantities. I've got plenty of your splitters. Your belts. Yoink. And... yeah. Oh, I had a load of red belts. Okay, that's fine. I'm trying not to use red belts anymore because they're a bit naff. And I've got better toys to play with now. So we'll chuck all that in there and that can start making some more yellow belts. Hopefully 352 yellow belts will be... Actually, let's get another mumbledy from over here. Belt 2, belt 2. Yeah, we'll grab some more of these. Never have too many belts. And what was the other thing? Oh yes, I was waiting for the base unit, this thing to build. So we'll take that. In fact, we'll manage inventory. We'll take absolutely everything from here. Oh, and we need... Oh, hang on. No, change recipe. Oh, I'm going to... rage. Right, I take all of... No, other way around. Take that and that. And now, hopefully, I'll have enough inventory space to change the recipe. Yes, there we go. Because otherwise, you just end up filling these things up with random stuff. And I don't want to do that. I want to have capacity to... I want to be able to switch that machine between the various different base things and then feed stuff in and out of them. But I always end up with a load of extra steel mostly when I try and do that. Okay, so that's that one. Yeah, we don't have any more green belts. Are you green belts? Yes, we don't have any more green belts coming out because of the aforementioned lack of green circuits. So that's still mildly problematic. But now, right, okay, back over to the blast furnace. Place the blast furnace. Then go off and fix the copper problem in order to get more green circuits, in order to get more green belts, in order to be able to then build the belt going from here to way back over there, to then hopefully also be able to then complete the research into the fracking. Actually, I noticed the research is still going, so maybe I don't actually need to go out and put in more mining points over there, but I still think it'd be quite a useful thing to have in the long term. Right, so blast furnace. Yeah, so we're going to put in another air intake here. And then when we inevitably still don't have enough because of some other stupidity, I shall probably rage quit and go to bed. Hello, Board Easy. Yeah, things are going mostly okay. I'm being a little bit snarky about some difficulties I'm having at the moment because the game is bad at maths. But other than that, things are going fine. Right, so I'm going to remove this cable here because it's in the way, TM, and then I'm going to put in another one of these guys. Actually, it's one of I'm going to use the search. Air intake base, that guy, there he is. Right, so you are going to go here, like that, and I'm on the opposite side. So okay, and then I need to get out the magic clipboard. So poke this like that. All right, where's the robot? How do I rotate that? Okay, right, fine. So I'm going to put in another tower on top of there, and then my output needs to be there. Good. And then we just put vents everywhere else, because why would you not? The answer to why I would not is because I don't actually need any air from this tower at all, because numbers. But apparently I do, because we've got a lossy system somehow. But never mind. I will stop whinging. Right. Why is this sad? Min 0, max 1, max 7, max 1. Finish construction first, okay. Oh. Bet that pipe's in the way. Okay, so we're gonna need to move this back a bit. Other than that, oh come on, delete it quicker. Other than that, placement seemed to be okay. Right, let's try that again. So this guy goes, actually we're gonna put it here. And then I'm going to get out the magic clipboard and go boop and go, where's my robot? There's my robot. So still on the other side. So put another tower on the top. We put the utility panel here, and then we just vent everywhere else like this. No, not the tower. Vent, 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 and then 2 more on this side. La 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 la. Start construction. Yeah, I could, but no. I want, in theory, I want this to be expandable. So when this inevitably doesn't fix it, I will be able to put an additional hot air cooker on the end over here, so we can just go off forever. Yeah, we'll ignore the fact that all the hot air is blowing out of here. And I suppose I could turn that into a corner piece, but you know, I'm reasonably optimistic that's not actually the problem, so I'm not going to. Right, so I need now to link some things back up again. So we need to run this pylon to what? Do I not have enough? Fine, I'll use a wall-mounted power. But what? How do I not have enough of these? I had millions of them. Where have all my power poles gone? I've got one. I've got 8 large ones. Oh, that sucks. I'm gonna have to go and steal one from somewhere, I think. Can I? Yeah, if I steal all of. Where are you going? Oh, I see, down the hole. Fine. So that is kind of important. Can I link? I can't link you at the moment. Can I pull you out and then link you to there? No, but I can link you to there. And then I can probably link that to there. And there with some clipping. Nobody saw that clipping. Remove that. And then link that to there. There we go. It's a little bit. Oh, actually, no. That cable has in fact missed the vent thing. So that's actually okay. Right. So that then means I can go from here to here, and then to here. Then everything kicks back in again. Right. So we now just need to wait for this to be built. But along here, I am going to need to pull out 3 pieces of this pipe. So we're going to have that one, and that one, and that one. And then I need to put in a T-piece like that. And then a quantity of these. Boop, D. Boop, D. Yeah, there we go. Right, so that will now get built. It won't actually start working because I'm going to have to plug it in once it's finished, which is mildly annoying, but it does mean I'm going to have to come back over here. But never mind. We've got the ship is over dropping off the construction materials in order to make the final air intake. Hopefully final air intake. If it's not, I will probably cry. And we'll get a construction ship over any moment to actually build that. Right, I'm going to go and get some more pylons because I didn't realise I was so low on those. Then we'll go over and fix the copper problems. Yes, as Regular said, I have three vents, 3 air intakes, each one of which produces 108,000 litres of air per minute, and then I have I had two vents, each brought in 162, and then 3 heaters, which use 108 each, and those both come to 324, and for some reason there wasn't enough air, so I built an extra one. Oh yes, more electrical cable would be a good idea. Thank you. That's an excellent plan. Let's come in here. So electrical cable is this one. Yoink. It's because it only comes in 50s, which isn't actually all that many. Then I wanted pylons, which are over here, I think. Because the big pylons sometimes are very, very useful, but often actually it's the little ones you need. Ow. Pylons. Gimme. 25 of those will go quite a long way. And then we've got the wall pylons as well. 100 of those, nice. I can't believe I got through 100, that's ridiculous. Right, oh no, actually do I have any freight elevators? Probably, because I seem to have, yeah, there we go, freight elevator 2s, excellent. Right, back to the copper mines. Agreed, it must be some sort of rounding error, as you say, it should just work. The numbers are correct. But for some reason it's insufficient. I even tried turning one of the heaters off for a moment so that to make sure the pipe filled back up again, with the theory that if you've already got, because maybe it was sort of maybe the pipe was having the air pulled out of it as fast as it was being pulled in, so sometimes it appeared to have 0 and that was upsetting the system. But even when it filled the pipe all the way back up and then I started pulling it out, the total amount in there was dropping. So there's definitely a problem, definitely some sort of bug in that. Okay, so we go in here. Where's the way in? Oh, the way in's over here, isn't it? I remember. For historical reasons, the way in and the actual everything, and where all the ores are brought out are miles apart. So, if I get out my scanometron, I can go ping, and I can go, look at that massive great vein thing. And we go, okay, so the next level down is 52. So, what I'm going to do is come round to here, where all of this, where all of the actually passing the stuff up to the surface occurs. And I guess I'm going to punch a hole through the wall here. And then have another tunnel going down from here, which is a little bit... I don't love it, but it'll sort of keep things sort of organised. So, 1, 2. I've lost count. You made me lose count regularly. Yes, I would indeed not be impressed by the idea of an open pit mine at this point. That would be a little bit ridiculous, even by my standards. Ah, and keep going through here. Excellent. And then to line stuff up along the back. Alright, so what's going on the other side of here? Okay, this feels like a good place to actually one square back from this. Let's put the boring machine down and go down from here. Yeah, I think trying to do open cast mining when there's a for veins is going to go a little bit silly, a little bit too quickly. Right, so put you there, and then we want to go down to 52. So at the moment I'm at 95, so that means I need to go down 43. So we'll give you some fuel. I've not got a huge amount of fuel, but never mind. We'll see if that's enough. It probably won't be, actually, because we're going to need to go horizontally once we get to the bottom. But we need to go down 43. Yes. Down. And go. Chug, 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 chug. Okay. So this will get us down to the level where all of the actual veins are. Like that guy, and that guy, and that guy. Of course, they're going to be all the way around the other side of the vein. So the patches that I can actually mine are going to be all the way around the other side of the vein, which is unhelpful. But never mind. We're sort of at the point where I don't know what else I can do about it at this stage. So I think that one's the nearest. Let's go after that guy first. So I want to go this way for a distance. How much fuel have we used up now? We've only used about a third of the fuel. This is not going to... No, 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 stop, 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 stop. I forgot to say go horizontally. Let's go back up again and try and... judge it about right. Yeah, okay, so, yeah. I think that's probably about right. Now go horizontally. There we go. That was the direction I wanted to go in. While that's digging, I'm going to run some cable. So we've got power down here, because we're going to need power. High voltage and low voltage. Right, so you run to there. We'll sort out that clipping later. There. How are we doing? No, still need to go a bit further. Right, so I want to put in one here, which means I want to put in one here, and then I can rotate this vertically. There we go. And we just run these along the ceiling. I feel like that's a sensible place to run the power cables. I'm not sure whether that's necessarily true, but it's what I'm doing. Okay, so where am I now in relation to the vein? Okay, I could have actually gone from about here, probably. So 800 minus 850. So let's reverse a little bit. This thing is slow to drive around. 850, so I want to go about 14. Let's just go. Actually, let's go 10 because I want to be short of where I'm going to rather than past it. Then we can turn right, and then go an arbitrary distance. Like, let's try 30. It's really hard to click on the buttons when the boring machine is rotating, because even though because when you because even though you're standing in it, it rotates separately to your camera. So you have to sort of compensate by moving the camera as the machine rotates around you, which is quite strange, but mildly amusing. Where are we? Okay, no, this time I didn't go far enough. Or no, either that or it's run out of fuel. Nope, still got loads of fuel. Do another 30 then. Can't select the cable. Typical. Right. Carry on. La 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 la. La 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 la. Yeah, I think I feel like I've got quite a long way through the game. A lot has happened. A lot has been discovered. I've got pretty much all of the tech unlocked by this point, I think. And it's just a case of now getting enough resources. And actually, not quite all of the tech. There's still a bit of research to go, but it's mostly a case of getting all of the resources together and then starting to make all of the robots so that I can get so that everything can. So that I can sell all of the different possible things. And then it's going to be a case of sort of expanding and expanding until I can build enough of it. One thing I have done that I know a lot of people reckon that the way to play this game is to buy a lot of your resources from space and just drop them down from, or to transport stuff around by launching it up to the space platform and bringing it back down again. That seems kind of ridiculous to me, and I don't like that. I don't like the idea of it, so I've not been playing that way. Even though it makes me relatively unusual. So my intention is to make all the robots I sell are to be made entirely out of resources gathered on this planet, with the exception of the thermalite, because that one you can't gather on this planet. There's no such thing. You have to import that from space. But everything else is all resources bought from here. Yes, the developers are still very active. So at the moment we are. They've been teasing the next major release is going to be, I think, version 2.2 is the next, or possibly 2.3. I forget exactly, but the next one is going to have trains in, which I'm very much looking forward to because I'm a massive nerd. So yeah, looking forward to seeing those as added into the game. Which is the front? That's the front. I haven't left enough room. I need more space, I think. I think that's in the right place. Let's put one in and then clear out some more space for the other one. Yeah, so they're putting trains in the next update, which I'm definitely looking forward to. And yes, they're very much developing at the moment. There is some modding is certainly happening. I don't know how good the official mod support is, but a modder has put in an entire copy paste system into the game because it doesn't have one by default, and you need copy paste in a factory game. So yes, a modder has put that in, and it is great. Apparently, I've heard rumours. I don't know. I can't speak absolutely for the veracity of these, but I've heard that the devs have now hired said modder, and he's now part of the company because they were so impressed with the copy paste mod he's put in. So I believe that's going to become an actual part of the game at some point, but I don't know exactly when. Right, so you're 160 a minute, you're presumably also 160 per minute? Yeah, okay, 160 a minute out of each of those. These belts are 320 a minute, so that's one yellow belt for the two of these. I will run this one out like this, and this one here, and then join them up with a joinomatron, just in case. I don't think I need to, but I kind of feel more comfortable doing so. And then we'll run you along the edge of the corridor like this, because that feels like a sensible. Come to here, and then we go this way. La 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 la. Oh, okay, it's not actually that far. Right. So the next thing to do is to work out where my freight elevator needs to be, just to be in line with the other one, because I might as well. And it looks like it's going to be. Is that one square? Yeah, sticking out one square from this shaft. Great. Oh no, sticking out. No, no. I dug in the correct place. It is completely embedded in the side of the shaft. Excellent. So I come back down here again, down to this level, and get some. I'm going to fill in this hole here because otherwise it's going to be annoying. So we'll do that, and then I'm going to want to dig out a chunk of space here. I think it's only a. I think it's a 3x4. Let's just dig out the full 5x5. I'm pretty sure I need to go in 3 squares with this. 1, 2, 3, like that. I'm going to get my loaders on the out in the corridor, but that's okay. Then I can put in a freight elevator, one of these guys. You go, no, you rotate, and then you go there. Lovely. Then we need to come along here and go switch you back down to a 1x1 and go pew 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 pew, and into the side here. Oh, you're not supposed to be a top. Stop that. Let's try that again, but we'll put down the correct end this time. Right, you should be a bottom. There we go, like that. Then back to this guy, and we need to then dig a trench all the way up here. So I'll do it from below, it's going to be easier. What was I saying? Oh yeah, talking about copy and paste is an absolutely vital part of a factory game. So I'm very glad that's been added in, and I have used it quite a few times already because you can't, because it's so. Having played through Satisfactory, which is, as we all know, not as satisfactory as advertised, it's incredibly frustrating to have to rebuild things multiple times when they're going to be exactly the same. So when you've got as far as I can do in one go, fine. When you need to have multiple things, multiple builds, all doing essentially the same thing, just because you need more of whatever it is, it's very, very frustrating to have to do it all manually. So we don't like that. And this game has got now has copy paste, so I'm very pleased with that. Right, so I'll run you around, put you in there like that, and boom, that will now be. There we go. That's now feeding the copper ore rubble, sorry, into the freight elevator, which is quite impressive given that the freight elevator hasn't actually been built yet. So now, did I put in a convenient escape hatch in here? I feel like I should have done. Yes, I did. Oh, thank goodness for that. Because it's a lot easier to fly out with the jetpack than it is to find my way out in a slightly more manual way. There we go. So this is where the freight elevator is supposed to be coming out. But I would like to bring it over to here in order to feed the copper into the other set of inputs, which technically we don't actually need yet. But, you know, yet is just... yet in a factory game just means, well, you're going too soon, so you might as well now. So if I do that, then I can get out the other end of the freight elevator, like this. And this is my last one, so I'm going to have to get some more soon. And this one's going to be at top, and we're going to rotate. Oh, no, we're not. We're just going to clip it on there like that. And then we're going to actually... I'm going to make that into a solid all the way across there, because then I won't have belts floating in the air, basically. Oh, okay. I have to admit, I've heard that Satisfactory has got better, and I haven't played it since the 1.0 release, so I am being a little bit unfair with my criticisms of it. However, from what I heard, the blueprints still aren't... I mean, I hear that they're a lot better, but they're still not great. The fact that you can't copy-paste and you have to build a blueprint feels a little bit annoying to me. But, you know, the thing is, though, I think at least partly because of the inability to build things quickly and repeatably, and the fact that the trains didn't work very well, and what was the other? There was another problem with Satisfactory as well, I think. But there were enough problems with it that I wasn't that eager to give it another go. And to be honest, I much prefer... Well, obviously Factorio is far, far better, but also I think Foundry is better than Satisfactory. So, of the three, I'd much rather play, well, either of the other two. So I am. Yeah, you can't... Oh yeah, I could use drones to clear the area. That's a good point. I do keep forgetting about that. Thank you, Bob. So yeah, the blast furnace isn't quite working yet because there's a maths problem in the game. 324,000 does not equal 324,000, and therefore it didn't kick in and start working, which is a little bit annoying, but I'll go back and have another look at that in a moment. I've put in a fix, so it will hopefully start working, but we'll go back and see soon. But yeah, I've got two systems producing 320. I've got 324,000 air coming out of my air ducts, air intakes, and I've got 324,000 air being taken up by the by the air heaters, and apparently one 324 is more than the other 324 because it was not producing enough to sustain itself and keep running, which is, as you can imagine, a little bit frustrating. Come on, have you reached the bottom yet? I can't tell because of my exhaust plumes. Let's go down and have a look. No, it's still digging, like this. It's nearly there though, so we'll see. Oh, there we go. Boink, just appears. Now I can't get back out. At least not the way I came in. That's fine. We can go up here and then go out here, round here. I should remove that wall actually, and then go up here. So yeah, I've got I had 2 air intakes that were producing 162,000 air each according to the display on the front of them. And then I had 3 air heaters that were taking in 108,000 air each from the same pipes. And the amount of air in the pipe was going down until it got down to 0, and then one of the air intakes was complaining about not enough air, and then the blast furnace was also complaining about not enough air. So yeah, it's weird. Apparently 324,000 does not equal 324,000. So I rage built another air intake, and so that it should be massively overspec'd by now. Well, I say that I flew away while the drones were flying out and building the extra air intake to finish this off, or to get this up and running. Once this is, and now I shall have to go back and plug it in before it'll actually work. But it's kind of mostly going to work, I think. It should probably be kind of maybe mostly okay-ish, I guess. Right, so we're not going to have quite enough iron ore, copper ore coming in here, which is a shame, but c'est la vie. We're also, more problematically, we're not actually going to be taking it away from this end to bring it back down to here. Okay, well we'll fix that then by putting on one of these and one of these, and then I guess it's going to have to be a spiral. Oh, and I've run out of green belts. Joy. Oh yeah, because I've run out of green belts because I've run out of something else. I've run out of green belts because I've run out of green circuits. That's the one. Which is what this improvement over here is supposed to be fixing. So we'll get that done sooner or later, and we'll have you go that way, and to over here we want to go down, down again, down again. Actually, now that I'm getting used to this system, I'm really liking the way that I can do things like this. This is as ways of building horrible what's the word? As ways of building horrible spirals go, this is actually quite user friendly. I approve of this. Even if it is going to have to come over to here and then go down to there. Lovely. So we'll build that in yellow apparently, but never mind. And then we take out you, and then I can put in a green splitter here. I've got some green splitters left. Yes, I have. Nice. You go in there. Doink. And now, there we go. We've got a yellow belt of copper going in there, so that's going to allow me to start making the green circuits again. Similarly over here, I could actually just copy and paste this ramp, couldn't I? It's going to be exactly the same. So let's use the copy paster. I put in the splitter already. Actually, let's not keep the splitter. So I want to copy from there to there to there, and confirm copy. And then I would like to paste that in over here somewhere. Whoop. Okay, this isn't going to make it easy. Fine. Put you there and then pull you upwards to, is that the right height? Not quite. Down one. There we go. I could mirror it. No, I couldn't. Well, so probably, is there room? I'm not sure there's room to mirror it. I think I'd rather just have it going off in the opposite direction. So move you into there and then across to there, and that's going to be the same. And I'll paste that in and then fix it. That'll be the easiest way to do it. Paste that there and then remove that and that, 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 and that. There we go. And then from here, we'll put in another down ramp. Oh, okay, we need to put in a piece of belt first. Belt. There we go. Belt. Down ramp. I was just saying how nice it is to build long belts, and then I sort of switched over to building things by sort of individual parts, which is silly. So, but that's me being silly rather than that's not an issue with the game. Let's bring it over to here. Actually, I don't want that one there. I don't want that there. I don't want that there. And I do want one of these in here. There we go. Right. So it's not quite as fast as I would like it to be, because I don't have enough green belt to make these green, but it'll allow the system over here to start running, and we can now hopefully. Okay, it hasn't actually produced. Oh, there we go. There's some green circuits coming out now, so that will start running. Granted, slightly slowly, but we can now fill this up, fill the plane up, and it'll fly off and take those back over to the main factory at some point in the dim and distant future, probably. Oh no, it's nearly full actually. Probably. Oh no, it's not. It's nearly half full. So it'll take a little while to fill this guy up. But once he's full, he's going to fly off and take those away. Good. So that's that. I could go back down the hole and put in a secondary, second set of drills, and then I'd be able to run this at actually at full speed rather than the sort of the 50% it's running at the moment. But then as soon as I get the system up and running as soon as I get fracking up and running, then they'll all work. So is it worth it? Is it worth going back down there to set up another two vein miners? Probably, because in the long run I'll want to have twice as much green circuit production. True, free placing is quite handy, but it's usually, honestly, a lot of the time, unless you need to free place something because you're not actually going to attach it to anything, or it's being particularly weird, I find it actually easier to put in the rest of whatever I'm trying to build and then snap things into place. Right, let's go and get the iron blast furnace running. The blasted furnace can get that up and going. And I've got 400 yellow belts left. That might be enough to finish off bringing at least one belt into the base and start using at least some of the iron from the blast furnace. I'm also not quite flying in the right direction. Let's go this way and over the top of this mountain. Exactly, bored. Bored, easy, whichever we call you. Yeah, it's much better to go in, get something basically working, and then worry about upgrading it next time there's a crisis. Much rather do things that way around. It's kind of the it's like there's a sort of a running meme right in the car YouTuber world, or at least in one particular part of it, where there's a YouTuber who sells T-shirts that says "Modify then Fix" on them. Which, yeah, I guess sort of fits into the same sort of mentality. Right, so this will allow me to show you, Bob, what's going on over here, because I haven't actually turned on the other what's the name yet. I'll probably find it's just magically started working, because of course it has. Let's have a look. So here we go. Insufficient hot air. It needs to be at 50. Yeah, insufficient hot air. It doesn't actually. Does it tell me how much hot air it needs? 324,000 litres. Okay, well, I really hope this is enough. So we come around here, we look at these machines. 100% utilisation, 108,000. Great. Same for you. And then we come over to this one. This one is at 75% utilisation and is not therefore is not producing the full 108,000 litres. Therefore, that machine over there is sad. But if we come over here, this guy is producing 162,000 litres a minute of air. This guy is producing 162,000. No, this one's only producing 100. Oh, it's because this one's missing an intake. Okay, problem solved. We now know why it wasn't working, and it's my fault. And now I feel kind of silly. Okay, I take back my rage and my blames and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, okay. Now I know why it wasn't working. So it's that sort of makes me feels better, but also feels worse because I'm a dumbass. Pull that out. You need a friend. Yeah. User error. I mean, I should have realised, but in fact I should have looked more closely at the number on that one, but oh well. We now have fly, you fool. Turn on. Right, now. Oh yeah, it did. It did tell me that the pipeline was emptying when I did this. Now it's filling up nicely. But it told me the pipeline was emptying, but I just didn't realise why there wasn't enough air going in because I didn't look at both of these carefully enough to see what they were to see that this one wasn't basically to read the number on here. See, this one was only 135,000. So yeah, that's on me, as they say. That I will hold my head up and hold my hands up and say, yep, that was me being a muppet. I take back any criticism of the game's inability to do maths, or sorry, criticism of the game's ability to do maths. Thing is though, no, the blast furnace doesn't work if you don't have enough air going in, because the temperature doesn't go up. It sinks down and an error message appears across here. So you need to have enough hot air for the blast furnace to work. So yeah, now it's working. The temperature is climbing slowly, but it is climbing because we now do actually have presumably enough hot air in here. I mean, the pipe is basically empty, but that's because we're putting in 324 and taking out 324. The numbers are conveniently balanced, but I'm a muppet and didn't properly set up my my vent tower. Right, okay, so that's going to take a while to get this thing up to temperature. In the meantime, I'm not going to sit around and watch it because that is boring. Are you guys? Oh no, at the moment we're just storing the slags in here, aren't we? So we'll leave that to fill up. I am going to want to process those. So let me check the, because I need a lot of concrete, and if we can have infinite concrete, that would be rather nice. Why are you looking in there, Laurence? You need to look in here. So how do we concrete from? So here we go. Cement slag reprocessing. So that makes cement out of blast furnace slag, great, which is this stuff. But then in order to make concrete, you need cement and you need gravel and you need water. So a needle pulling thread. Right, we have a little bit of mineral rock over here, so we could crush some of that. We could get some gravel from that to mix in here, and we've got water from here. So we can. I can turn that into concrete. As long as I don't mind depleting this mineral rock patch a bit faster than I would otherwise. There are no conveniently close mineral rock veins. This is what I want trains for, transporting stuff like this around over long distances. You're Telexite, aren't you? Yes, you are. So yeah, there's the mineral rock vein over there. That's quite a long way. I would rather do that by train than by belt. So we won't do that just yet. We'll run off these patches. That should probably be okay. Yeah, I'm happy. No, I want to make it into concrete, and yes, I probably will end up flaring off any excess in the end. Although I don't entirely understand how you can flare off slag. It's just going to go at the top of the flare stack and make a horrible mess. But we won't dwell on that too much. We'll just accept it as a thing. That's made in a chemical processor. Well, then the gravel is made in a crusher, and the concrete is made in a casting machine. Okay, fine. Rather ridiculously, we have stone available. What is this? Oh, that's the calcinated coal. Yeah, we have stone coming out of this elevator. But it's right up here, so I'll probably put in another elevator to get the and use that to bring this stone out in order to use it. I don't remember what this hole was for. Oh, maybe that was to go over to the Olumite. Why did I build this hole? Did I just get carried away? Oh no, it's to link the two underground areas together. So this is my my belts are taking the iron away. You know what? Actually, let's get rid of all of this belt. I don't actually need 5 belts of anything yet. So if I take out these, then I'll have enough green belts to finish one of the belts off. We do them one at a time rather than getting them all working immediately. La 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 la. Whoop. The pants. The deconstructionatron doesn't quite have enough range. But then, how often do you want to demolish hundreds of belts over this sort of length? Oop. It's not usually a problem. Not actually complaining. Right, there we go. So now we can extend this one straight on till morning. Help fulfill the gaps. Right, there we go, and another one. And I'm sort of expecting iron plate to just appear on this belt at some point, because I think with that extra hot air being put into the blast furnace, I think I've now got everything I need. Why is there a random hole in the wall there? and there as well. I wonder if that was marking something. If I measured a distance. Here's another one. Okay, where am I? May have overshot a little bit. Okay, cool. Maybe I was marking a position. So I want this belt to actually go here. Ish. And the ish is fairly open. I don't really care exactly where it goes. And I want to, so I just want to punch a tunnel through there. Now, is this a job for the boring machine? No, because I left it over on the other side of the world. Because I'm a muppet, so I'm going to have to go back and get that at some point. That's annoying. So I'll use the drone miners instead. So well, let's make it a whole 3 by 35 by, sure, why not? Let's make it the full 5. Actually, no, let's not. Let's just make this let's make it 3. There we go. That's quite loud. So yeah, we're going to dig a hole through here like this. Oh, I've got the dreaded limiting simulation performance pop up. Apparently my factory is getting too big and too complicated. So when it says it's limiting the simulation performance, and obviously that means I'm running out of computer, and it can't hack what I'm trying to do. But does that mean the game is running slower? Does it mean it's doing a simplified version of the calculations? I'm kind of curious. No, I don't believe this game has caves. It's not quite that similar to Minecraft, sadly. It's a bit of a shame. It would be quite nice to find random caves and holes and points of interest as you're digging around underground. Maybe that's something they'll add in later, because it's not. I can totally see it not being a priority. But yeah, so maybe it's something we'll get at some point. I've probably gone far enough by now, actually. Where am I? Yes, I have. I'm now sort of inside the factory. Right, so this is the point where we start going up. And this means I need to start using the other tool, unfortunately, because I need to make holes of a slightly different shape. Ones that I can stick ramps up, basically. Now, maybe I should be using an elevator here and just bring it straight up to ground level. I don't know. Or at least... Yeah, actually, let's do that. Let's forget this thing. Let's put in a freight elevator here. Yeah, so let's carry it. Actually, I'm going to carry on flat. I've changed my mind. So we'll do another streak of laser of bot or earth removal. So we'll go another 30 something. And height 3. Carry on this way. Oh, that's true. Yeah, there are the lava floor. There's caves down at lava level. That's a very good point. I forgot about those. But I was thinking of sort of the chasms and canyons and caves and things that Minecraft has, and I think that'd be a nice addition. But obviously not a vital one. Oh, I missed some. I was so eager and ran past it so quickly that the box didn't manage to pull it all out. There we go. All right, so let's whack in a. I don't have any freight elevators left, do I? I used my last ones up for the other. On the plus side, at least I'm quite close to the the mall at this point, so it's going to be fairly easy to get out and go and get some more stuff. And this will help me work out what's going to be above where I build at this point, so that'd be nice to know as well. Going up. Hey, freedom. Oh, I've come up underneath, is that a pylon? I think it might be a pylon. Yes, I came up underneath a large pylon. Well, isn't that typical? Okay, so here, this is where the iron is currently coming out. So actually, this is a really good place to bring the iron up, because iron is pouring out of here and iron ore is pouring in for various other things. So yeah, I think I'm happy with that. Game slows down, limit screen, staggers loading. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That sounds like a nice way of sort of trying to keep things sensible and balanced. So yeah, okay. I mean, I'm pleased with that. That sounds like a good way to try and gain some extra processing. What's the name? I'm assuming it's what in Factorio we would call UPS rather than FPS that it's struggling with. As in updates per second rather than frames per second, because I don't think it's well. My assumption is that the graphics card isn't struggling; it's the processor that's struggling by just working out what everything is going on in the factory in the background. Especially as when I was seeing those problems, I wasn't doing anything particularly demanding graphically. I was just where's that? I don't know. I wasn't doing anything demanding graphically because I just had my face buried in a stone in the earth. So yeah, that's what I would expect and assume. No, not a separate server. I don't even know if the game supports separate servers. It may well do. I haven't had any need to check though. But if it's like Factorio, there's no point in having a separate server for well, even for multiplayer, unless you want people different people to be able to play at different times. So at least with Factorio, it's not feasible for the game to send all of the information about everything that's happening in the world through the network connection. So instead, it sends updates saying what each player does. And then it's up to the every computer to keep itself in sync and just work. Basically, every computer plays the game in its entirety. I don't know if this is the same. I've not touched it I've not tried multiplayer at all. Maybe that's something I'll do in the future if I find people who want to play with me. We shall see. Right, here's the hole. But I need to go. Oh yes, I need to come out and go and get my. What do you call it? Freight elevators. Can we? Where was the way out? Oh, there it is. Right, freight elevator 2. Is that the one that's? No, that's assembler 2's. Freight elevator 2. Here it is. Gimme. Right, that was somewhere over here. Yes, here we go. So, I'm going to go back down the hole, bonk, and I'm going to put in... I'm going to hollow this area out a little bit more. Actually, where was my... Let's do it the other way around. Let's go back up here. Let's put in the freight elevator at the top here, and then worry about where it goes at the bottom, and see where it comes out at the bottom. So, I want to put in a freight elevator, that guy. And this is the top end, so I want to rotate you like that and then put you in there. I'm probably going to need several of these because we're going to be potentially bringing a lot of iron in along here. And then that's going to come out about here, I think. So if I knock this wall out... Yeah, there we go. I can count. I'm also mildly surprised that I got that right. So dig that out. There we go. Now I can put in the other end of the freight elevator here like so, and let them link themselves up. Fine. Oh, I'm going to need power down here. Because inserters. That's the downside of using freight elevators. I'm going to need to use inserters in order to get the power to them. Power to the inserters that I'm going to need. The downside of... Oh, I've run out. I got so close. The downside, yes, the downside of using freight elevators is that you need to use inserters to get the goods in and out of the elevator, which means you need to have a power supply in order to run the inserters. So yeah, you need power. I'm slightly surprised and slightly disappointed that I haven't got any iron coming through here yet. I think I might have to go back and have a look at that and try and work out why not. So this comes along to here, and then it's going to have to move out a bit, but that's fine, we can do that. Right, and then dig a trench along here, and then I guess I'm just going to put in a second vertical here. Punch this through until I can find some power, basically. And I think that should be quite easy, because as I remember last time, I went up here and I ran immediately into into some foundation, like that. So it's going to be easy enough to then go vertical and down like this, and then down again. Okay, I may have been exaggerating how much effort it is to put in the foundation and get power to these sort of things. There we go. And back to horizontal. Bring that over to there. Then I'll put in an inserter there, and then actually that piece of belt shouldn't be there. That can go like that. There we go. Right. So eventually that'll be a green belt pumping into here. After that, we'll need another. Probably need. I think a green belt is the same speed as a freight elevator 2. So we'll then need to bring when we bring a second green belt in. We'll then feed that into another freight elevator 2. In fact, you know what? In the meantime, since I've got plenty of yellow belts, let's come back over to here and break this like that. Then I can put in a green splitter. Then I can put in a second yellow belt. Round here, like so, and another load of there. There we go. So that should that'll be a complete green belt coming in. Okay, then up at the top here, we'll need to unload this. I'm going to remove a bit more of this, like that, I think. Give me a little bit more space to play with. This ore belt is pretty ore full. So let's take out some of this. Like that. And then, I'll fill the gap, fill this whole area in like that. There we go. This gives me a nice space to play with. Then I can remove that piece and make it come out like. Okay, let's remove some more earth over here as well. This is probably a job for the drones, but I'm nearly there at this point, so I'm not going to use them. There we go. So you come from there to there. I'd quite like to get this off the belt if I can, because that way I don't have to fill my inventory up with a load of unwanted iron ore rubble. So it's la 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 la. Just pull these up while I'm waiting. What's been mixing items together? I think you've lost me a little bit. Come on, a little bit more. We're nearly there. There we go. Right, now put that there. Right, so that's that now running out that way. This is my iron ore belt, so I need to link up to this one. So let's put in some of. I need to go and get some more green belt. In fact, let's go and get some more green belts, because this is going to be fiddly and awkward if I don't have them. I've lost the way out again. Here it is. Oh, okay, that's just a straight, easy way out now. Right, hopefully we've got some green circuits arrived. Hopefully some green circuits have arrived. That doesn't look... Oh yeah, there we go, there's some green circuits. Have we got through the entire plane's worth already? Jeez, that's a bit much. Okay, let's get some green belts from here then. Yoink. And now I can go back into that, back in the hole, and bring the iron in from a different direction. So it's around here somewhere. Yep, there we go, by the pylon. I remember. Down here. And yes, so I'm going to need power here as well. So I guess we go trench. Instant trench, boom. That's a little bit more than they're meant to take out, but I don't care. That goes around there. And actually, you know, link up. There we go. I'll fill those in as well, because why not? Then I can put in an output here. Output. And bring the belt into this one. So, yeah, put that there. Then that goes onto there, comes down to ground level. And we have some more green belt from here. Oh, it's straight into it. Excellent. Perfect aim. Right, so if and when we ever get any iron from there, it'll flow up here, and then at some point I can remove this belt all the way back to wherever, and probably and then I'll probably run a second belt of iron along the same corridor, along the same gap, back to wherever that comes from, and ship out additional iron that way. But for now, I think I need to fly back over to the Foundry and find out why it's not. The blast furnace, and find out why it's not working, because I feel like it should be by this point, but I'm not sure. Oh, freight elevators. Yeah, yes. Second lane loader? Oh, no, it's a green belt. So a green belt is just as fast as a freight elevator Mark II. So putting in an additional unloader on that. Oh, did I not put it, or did I not put one in where it was loading? I am not sure. Well, this whole system needs checking out and possibly upgrading as well. Yeah, once we've got the iron flowing from here, I intend to go over and oh, look there! Look at that! We've got some iron coming out, and not going anywhere because reasons. Right. Oh, I see what the problem is. Right. I don't know why you've not got any power. I don't know what the problem there is, but you should actually be going onto. You should be going onto the belt. This one should probably be one square further over. Why is there no power? Have we flattened the batteries? Yes, okay. So all those expansions I've done have now meant that we're using up more power than we've got. Have I got a load of solar stuff with me? Yes, I have. Got loads of solar panels, got loads of batteries. Right, okay, it's time to expand the solar further. So, another copy-paste time. I would like to select an area. I would like to select an area that goes from here to here to whatever. Right, so I want to do copy and paste, and let's do another 2. So I see, yes, I think I didn't do the math, so I just chucked some in and went, let's see how this goes. It apparently doesn't. That's really loud when it does that. Oh, I also need to go in here and clean out that, and then paste again. There we go. So we're a bit short of solar panels to get all of that up and built. That's a shame. We'll come back and put some more in at some point. It's quite... yeah, there are probably a number of inefficiencies, should we say? That are going to mean I'm going to need to chuck in more power generation than I otherwise would. But since solar power is so easy and cheap, I feel like I might as well just carry on doing this and not worry about it too much. Right, and you need to link to there. You need to link to there, but for some reason it's not showing that's having... Oh, okay. You need to link to there. There we go. Right. Fine. And then you'd link to any more that were along that way. Okay, so I'm going to need more cable. Mostly I need more solar panels in order to expand this. But still, that's a good start. That's an extra, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's an extra 50% on the power. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but it'll help. Yeah, exactly. Slapping down large quantities of solar panels isn't exactly difficult. I'm happy to do slightly more of it than I really want to, as it were. It's not too much of a problem. I don't know how. I suspect the casting machines. I'm sort of assuming that the casting machine, the amount of power used by the casting machines, is fairly insignificant compared to all of the blast furnace stuff. I could be completely wrong about this, but it's a sort of an assumption that I'm running with, should we say? I could have a look when I go back over, I guess, but I think it's probably okay comparatively. I don't think having too many blast furnaces is going to be the problem, and I think I certainly want to double it. I think I want to quadruple that in order to get it running at full whack. I just haven't had the resources to do so, or the resource need to do so yet. Right, so another 25. Let's put them in. How are we doing now? These numbers don't make sense. I think it's because I'm too far away, so it's not loading the blueprint properly. But I will grab some more power line while I'm here. Oh, that's true. Yeah. Hopefully the blast furnace is just about managing to hang on and isn't just dumping out gallons and gallons of slag. If it is, we're just going to end up with a lot of concrete at some point. Yeah, I will deal with that when I have to. Do I need more batteries? Still got 15 of them. I feel that's enough for another row. Why have I... Oh, I've got such things. I'm trying to remember how big my paste thing, this thing is. It's 15 batteries per row and 30 solar panels, so I did 2 rows. So if I want to do one more row, I need 15 batteries and 30 solar panels. And I've got 15 batteries and 16 solar panels, so I won't get any more solar. I'll come over here instead and get some more solar panels. Got 7 of them available so far. How many is that? 23. Okay, I need another 7. Green circuits are trickling through. Maybe I need to upgrade the belts, bringing them out. It's a yellow belt at the moment, which isn't too bad, but could be a lot better. Nope, they're coming from here. Let's upgrade that, assuming I have enough greens. Got 220 of them. Let's try. Where's that upgraded to? There. Okay. That and well, we'll upgrade. We'll do a partial upgrade. So we'll upgrade this one to yellow. Well, it seems to be full actually at the moment, which is quite nice. And then actually, if they're both yellow, then if this is running full whack, we can fill both. We can have both those running solidly. Yeah, just have the lots and lots of green circuits pouring through. 7. Yoink. Right, let's get back over and put in another row of solar power and see how it looks like. Okay, so the casting... So yeah, all of the 96 casting machines, of which so far I think I've got a quarter of that, is going to be... Hang on, why does an air intake take 8 megawatts? It's just a big fan. Compared to the hot air heaters taking 10 megawatts. That's ridiculous. Those are ridiculous numbers. Those that make no sense whatsoever. But yeah, so we're looking for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. So we're looking for about 60 megawatts in total. And obviously I'd rather be higher. I'd rather have more than that if possible. So we'll put in another one of these rows. because I've got the bits for that. In here, clear, clear, paste. Vzd. And then over here, well, we need to wire everything up. And it's daytime as well at the moment, which is nice. In fact, even better than that, it's morning. So all these solar panels will get a chance to work for quite a long time and charge all the batteries up. So I approve of that. Then we put in a piece of, come on, foundation there, and then I can run a cable from there to there and plug those in. All right, so the numbers should be in ratio because I was told this is the right ratio of things to have. So now if we have a look at the grid stats, we're producing 90 megawatts, so that should be fine. I reckon on us needing sort of 60, 70. So I think this should be absolutely fine, even with the ore vein mine using an additional 2. So we've got 20 megawatts going in there. We've got 16 going into those. So that's 38 in fact. And then we've got another 3.5 going in down here. Now that's going to go up when more casting machines are running, I'm sure. But basically that's seems to be enough and seems to be functional and operational. Let's go and see what the blast furnace has to say about itself. Okay, temperature is going up. That's fine. I think no, in fact this is in operating temperature now, so it's yeah, it needs to get a bit higher for optimum temperature, but it is working. We've got the molten iron going out there. We don't have any slag in there at the moment because that can just get dumped into these things, which are, they're a little bit more than half full, but that's okay. It probably would be worth putting in a flare stack here to get rid of any excess, especially as I have some. And then, as you say, wiring it in to run when we have an excess of slag. Let's put that there. La 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 la. That's not a flare stack. Click on the right thing, Laurence. Flare stack. You go there. And then, do I have any of the magic cabling stuff? Put that way. Or did I ditch all of that because I didn't think I needed it? I ditched all of that because it was filling up my inventory, I think. Speaking of. Boom. Yeah, I don't see any magic cable in there, unfortunately, so I'm going to have to go and get some of that first. Yeah, exactly. I've been told that it is the way to get rid of it. I mean, ideally I want to turn it into concrete, but I've been told that you can get rid of the slag by pumping it through a flare stack. I agree, it makes absolutely no sense, but oh well. And we'll just pretend I'm pumping it down to the down to the lava level and dumping it into the lava, shall we? That makes a lot more sense. Okay, so yeah, oh there we go, up to full operating temperature. And it's 80% full. Things seem to be running nicely. Over here, we have some iron. Iron plates have been made. There is presumably, yeah, there's a quantity of everything in there. So now I guess I go back over to the other end. Are you guys? Why are you guys not making anything? I've forgotten what the button is to look at these things. No. E, isn't it? There we go. Right. Oh, they have worked. Oh, none of these are set to output. Yeah. Rage. Yeah, so yeah, the flare stack clearly works by literally burning the slag. That makes perfect sense. We'll go with that as a theory. Oh, these buttons are awkward to click on. Oh, actually, can I do the? Yes, I can. That's much easier. There we go. Second belt of coming out now. Right, then over here, pull you up. I want to go across one here because we're going to have the concrete going down the other belt. Then we have a series of these going down the hole. What? Why didn't that work? Go from there. I've only got 9 left, which isn't going to be enough, but I should be able to at least put those 9 in. There we go. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so you get an orange warning, and it just sort of fails gracefully if you're placing normal belt. But if you're trying to place ramps, then it fails a bit less gracefully. Yeah, the YouTube chat delay is a little bit... There we go, it goes orange here instead, and you can place everything else, but never mind. Yeah, YouTube chat delay can be frustrating. Actually, do I have enough yellow? No, I don't have enough yellow to complete that. I'll just let that one go. Right, so this time we will return back to the landing location underground instead of above ground, because we've got this lovely tunnel to fly down. This is another reason why trains would be nice, because then I could probably use one to drive me around instead of flying like this, and maybe it'd be quicker. Why is there a patch of light there? Very weird. Screech. Right, so here's my freight elevator. Why is your iron not coming out of here by... Right, so now we have a healthy supply of iron. I can remove this. I think it was just prioritising the other one, to be honest. I think that was the problem. This, I'm tempted to just make this go through a little bit lower. Or I suppose I could do the same with the other one, actually. In fact, this whole belt is going to need to be removed because it's pointing in the wrong direction. And unlike some games, you can't turn a belt round. You have to destroy it and then rebuild it. Where do you go? Okay, we have steel coming out over there. We have another iron belt coming out there. So if I have this come down and then become that iron belt, then that'd be a good way of using up some more of the iron. For now... Actually, no, I'm not. I was going to say, for now, I shall do this with an additional belt coming out of this this freight elevator. But actually, no, this is using all of the iron that's coming through from that belt. So I don't want to use a second one of these. I don't want to run a second one out of this freight elevator because it won't be able to keep up. I'm going to need another freight elevator to bring it up in order to send it through there. And to be honest, this one could probably come in from a bit lower down. So I wanted to pop out here for this belt. All these tunnels dug when I had to do everything manually, and it was much, much slower. It's quite funny seeing it now, where I could just laze through stuff relatively easily like this, and potentially even get my bots to do it if I can work out what I'm trying to do. Inventory space is probably dreadful. It usually is. Alright, so I want to come up at about... I want to come over to... Let's see, the tunnel is at... minus 20... Is it minus 26? Minus 19. Minus 26 is the important one, but also minus 19. Right, so I want to go not to 26, but 26. 26 is the tunnel, 25, 24, 23 is going to be the what do we call it? Where the elevator goes. So actually I do want to go all the way to 26, which is going to be 14. So I want to go that way 14. Let's make it too wide just for fun. And that high. Smashy, 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 smash, 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 smash. I could do with unlocking the next tier up of elevators, actually. Is that a thing? Yes, freight elevator 4. Let's whack that in the queue. I'm apparently bad at maths, because I think this is where I want to be. So if I go through here, I'll end up back at the other one. So let's do that. dig another tunnel through here, just to open the place up a bit so I can tell what's going on and guess whether I'm in the right place or not. Maybe I'm not in the right place. I thought I was. Oh, I think I went up 4 that time. Oh well. What? Am I going mad? Yes, I know what it is. I'm lower down because I went down that ramp here. That's why I'm thrown off. Right. So, because what I want to do is I want to meet the same tunnel for stuff to come up a bit further on, a bit lower down. In fact, I probably should have brought it up there in the first place, but never mind. So I want my elevator to be from 25, 24, 23. 25, 24, 23. Okay, let's try and get this right. Okay, thank you. I'll try and remember to get some more jetpack fuel before I leave this area. Whoop. So, right, so I want to put in my drill, sorry, my elevator here. Here. So I can put one in now. Hang on, I'm researching freight elevator 4. Why am I not building freight elevator 3? I should start doing that. You're at top. There we go. How am I going to get power here? This is a thing I have not considered. 31, minus 31. I wonder where there's power around here. I mean, there must be power reasonably nearby, because, yeah, probably just through there. So that's not going to be too bad, I guess. Okay, 31 is my location at the moment, where I want to bring the thing to. This feels like the whole business of trying to line up the Channel Tunnel with the French. Trying to make 2 tunnels link without being able to see the end of either one of them. Unfortunately, it's also relying on my memory, which is not very good. Yeah, we'll call it all a just a feature of how things are meant to look. That sounds like an excellent idea. We totally meant to build it like that. Right, so 31 is here. Right, so let's go back over to this laser again and just start cutting holes in the wall. There we go. And then again here. Lovely. 2, 3, 2, 3. And then I can put in my the bottom of the freight elevator like this. Boom. And then they'll connect themselves together. Oh yeah, and then I need a trench along here for power. Like that. Ha! The easiest way to get power to the top end of that would probably be to run this one through at the appropriate height. Run through from here. Maybe I'll do that. That doesn't seem too unreasonable, actually. So yeah, we're going to need an inserter here to take the resources, put them into that, and then we'll run a belt along here, and yeah, that will eventually be a green belt. So this other one will eventually be a green belt, so it'll be okay to then just run this one along there, because I'll be removing this, so that should be okay. Back up here, through here. Right, once more down this hole. And then up this hole. And along here. And wait, it's going to be on the other side. Oh well. So if I go through here like this. If I now go this way, I should run directly into that other piece of... There we go, I should run directly into that. That's what I was trying to say. However, yes, I was using this as a way up and... Was I using this as a way up and down as well? No, I wasn't. Okay, sweet. So I just need to put in this coming all the way across to here, and then round here to there, and boom, just like that, got power. So now I can take put that in there, have it as an exerter. And are you a green belt round here? Yes, you are. I don't have enough green belts for that, which is very frustrating. I would like to run green all the way out. I can't. So it's going to have to be a yellow for now, and we'll do some top up later. I'm not going to go round this wall. That would be ridiculous. Then we get some yellow like that. And okay, so for now it's still working fine. But when we have a solid green belt of iron coming out here, that will be significantly better. Right, my next question is how do I get out of here? Because I need to get, as stated, I need to get some more jetpack fuel. I need to get more green belts. I just need more of everything. So let's get an elevator in and just ride that, because I don't know where the nearest hole to get back out is. It's not here by the looks of it. Here's the elevator. Right. Okay, take me to the surface. And going up. Ping. Ping? I said ping, not bleep bloop. Right, where am I? I'm here. Right, let's get some more green belts. Green belts are in that box. How many have I got now? 428. Oh, it is certainly some. I don't know how far it's going to get me, but it's better than poking the eye with a sharp stick, as they say. Right, especially as I'm going to need to run an additional belt all the way out from the iron smelting area. So let's get back in here again. Not your copper. Iron comes up around. Oh, for goodness sake! Oh, there it is. There's the way in. I mean, in theory, all of this is underground and hidden away, and therefore very, very tidy and just neat and never needs to be seen. In practice, that's not so much the case. Right, so down here, down here, down here. Upgrade this belt to tier 3 belt. There we go. Right, oh, you need to be... I thought I could have sworn I set that to be an exerter, but I did not, so we'll do that. Is there a way down around here? Of course there isn't. That'd be far too easy. And definitely nothing through here. Ah. So I have to go back up here. And then down here. Yes, there we go. Oh, I didn't get any more fuel. Fail. Right, we'll upgrade you. And we'll upgrade you. And then... Yes, that's done it all the way through. Excellent. So we'll remove that. And then add in a little bit more of that. And then, well, we'll let that run through. In fact, we don't need to let that run through. We can just get it to here. Then remove that piece. And do that, that, that. And remove that. There we go. And that's now feeding, well, it's feeding a little bit of iron in. Thing is, that's going to run out fairly quickly, just like that. So we now need to come back along here and then finish this belt off. Bring it to here. And then... here. Actually, I had 400 and something belts, didn't I? And the distance out to the blast furnace is best part of a kilometre. Okay, so I was going to say, so that'll be fine. It's only like 300, but no, there we go. I've used it all up again already. How much of a gap is there? There is still quite a lot of gap. Now I could pull up this belt that's waiting to be there for concrete, but I think it's not worth the effort. So 533 to... that's 200. Call it 200 and... 80. Right, so I need about another 300 green belt in order to link that one up and get the iron flowing to both of those supplies. Yeah, so about 300. I'd ideally like to have a bit more than that. Which we're clearly not going to have that yet. I will do something else for a bit. Like get some more fuel, jetpack fuel, which is one of these machines, I think. Maybe not. Maybe so. That's spaceship fuel. No, I'm in the wrong place. It's not these. It's one of these over here. Nope, that's barrels. I am apparently confused. Oh, is it you? Yes, it's you. I knew it was sort of on the front corner somewhere, but I didn't look quite front corner enoughy. Okay, so let's have a quick recap. The blast furnace is now finally actually up and running and working, I believe, properly. That's a good idea, yes. I probably should make that a little bit easier to get out of. This is a really noisy place to stop and think about things. Let's go somewhere a little bit quieter. Right, so the blast furnace is now producing iron at a suitable rate to keep everything happy. I just need to get the iron from there to over here. And that's being expensive in green belts, but we're getting there. We've got one linked in, and that's now going to be providing all of the iron for... I think that provides it for the bus and for all of science production. So that's really good. Having that upgrade now is very nice, just what we need. Next thing is going to be bringing more belts from over here to bring more iron over. Now, a second one is going to help quite a bit. I think that's going to be most of the robot production. I don't know what we'll do with belts 3 and 4. Haven't really got the casting machines for that yet anyway, so I should probably get some more casting machines. Another thing to do will be to increase the amount of steel production now that the iron ore that's coming from here isn't being used for producing iron. We can have all of that go into steel, and that'll be a lot more efficient. Potentially, we could think about turning iron from here into steel, but that would require some coal to be nearby. Actually, there's a coal patch there that is going directly past it, so we could start smelting steel over here as well. But I worry that will get through this coal patch very, very quickly. Granted, there's another 2 over here that I could link into the same system, so it's not the end, and another one up here, and another one over 2 over here. So it's not the end of the world, but it would be a bit annoying to have to go off and collect those. A good thing to do would be to put fracking towers on that vein and that vein, so we don't run out of copper or iron ever. That'd be quite nice. And at some point, this copper supply over here is going to use up this copper mine, and at that point I'm going to need to put in another blast furnace off a copper vein, possibly even this one. There's quite a lot of points, extra points on that one that I could hook up to, and might be able to get enough out of that to keep it running. Alternatively, we find another copper. There's another copper vein here, so I could link into that one and bring the copper across and up. That would be an even more ludicrously long belt system, but it's certainly a possibility. In the meantime, how is production of green belts going? 144 so far. So this is perhaps my limiting factor. What are we limited by for making green belts? It looks to me like the limiting factor for making green belts is just making green belts. So I can upgrade these machines. We've got some faster assemblers. Can do that and that. And I don't know if I actually need to upgrade those, but it's easy to do it and not worry about it. So I will. And get those making. So that'll make the green belts a little bit faster. It's going to help a tiny bit. And so yes, let's go and have a look at steel production. Actually, let's start off by having a look at the iron, where the iron is coming from, and go back and cut off any bits that aren't in operation anymore. And yes, also make this hole a bit easier to get in and out of. Yes, you're quite right. If I fill that gap in there, then I'll stop getting stuck in it, and it might be a little bit easier for me to escape. Right. So we had this belt of iron here, which was this one. Which is being produced. Whoa. We also have another belt coming from here, going off this way. Where do you go? Are you the other one that we're still been trying to link up? Yes, you are. Okay, so that's the other one that we're about to finish. We're about to stop using all of this iron production. So all of this can be upgraded to start producing steel. In order to do that, though, so that means basically, oh, I don't know, where do all these go? There's so many holes in the floor. Right, so this is the one that goes off for doing things like being made into concrete and other sort of stuff that needs iron ore for other reasons. And if we start shipping in concrete made from slag, then we won't need this belt anymore. So that'll be another one that we'll stop using. Down there we go. Down there is steel production, and you can see we're bringing in coal and iron ore and turning that into the steel dust and as appropriate. Yeah, turning it into steel ore down there, you can see. Then we'll cook that into the steel. So I need to make sure there's enough coal available for that to keep for us to then turn all of this iron that's coming in here into steel in the same sort of way. And this is the elevator that's taking the coal down. It could be faster. We'll see whether that's necessary. This is the one that's from that. This one's going off to be made into concrete. These two are both being made into iron plates, and are very soon going to be cut off because I think both the outputs from this system are the ones I've mentioned. So I can then pull out all of the machinery in here and then end up replacing it with a copy of the steel production machinery from the floor below, or possibly going in and tweaking that a little bit. Okay, that's mildly daunting but manageable. So down here, yeah, you can see that we have, yeah, there we go. There's that belt of iron ore coming in. So we need to have more of those coming down here. And then, or at least, no, then we don't need to have more of those. We need to copy this, because this is crushing the coal and crushing the iron ore. We need to have more of this, and then more of this to make steel. Because the whole thing I've been trying to do recently is get more steel, because this belt here is a little bit pathetic, and I would like more steel to be coming through than half a yellow belt or whatever this is. That's not good enough. Okay, my brain feels like it's going to go pop, but I guess what I'm probably going to do is just rip out everything on the floor above and then copy and paste stuff from here, and then worry about how I'm going to get coal in and whether we have enough of it. I might need to put it, because at the moment all the coal is being dug up over here and then brought by aeroplane from here to here, which is a bit naff, but it was far enough that, I mean, that is actually, it's not quite as far as the iron is now coming from, but it was travelling far enough that at the time I felt that putting in aircraft was going to be the better way to do it. If I set up another coal mine, I feel like I should probably do it on a coal vein like this one, which is blooming miles away. But then if I do that, I can set up a couple, two, maybe 3 aircraft from there to over here, and then forget about it forever because I'll have enough. And coal doesn't get used up that quickly. Oh, there's one up here. That's a little bit closer, I think. At least I feel like it doesn't get used up that quickly. It's, yeah. Now we're not using it for power. Yeah, so there's a couple of possibilities there. But I think if I'm going to move off to another coal patch, it might as well be to a coal vein. I do wonder how much is left in that one. I also wonder how well the supply bringing it over by aircraft is doing, and also whether I can upgrade the belt that's bringing it over. So let's get back above ground again and go over and have a look at the coal production system. And also, yeah, so the step 1, get enough green belts to finish off that the belt that's coming over from iron smelting. Step 2, get more coal coming in. Step 2 and step 1 can happen at the same time. Step 3, once there's enough iron coming in that none of this is going to actually be required, then I can rip all of this out and then replace it with a steel production system. Probably upgrade the entire thing to tier 2 machines for anything it isn't upgraded. Step 0, find out what BB-8 wants, because I think I might have done one of his quests. Nope, I haven't done that research yet. All right. No, he doesn't. He doesn't have it.
We have done an excellent
He doesn't have anything new for me yet.
Operation is running smoothly.
So coal.
But you're suggesting we could further optimize by improving our mining efficiency to extract more resources from each ore source? Good point.
Right. So the plane is emptying gradually. We're not actually using the coal up that quickly, and there's quite a lot buffered in the chest down here. So I think making sure this is green all the way to that elevator and then upgrading the elevator is going to be the way to go. Also, I should start building tier 3 elevators. That'd be a good idea. There is a coal elevator somewhere under here, and I have no idea where, and that's very upsetting. And then there's a green belt up to here. Okay, fine. Right, let's start making tier 3 elevators. Oh, actually, no, we've completed tier 4 elevators. We've completed researching tier 4 elevators. So let's get them up and running. There's mining efficiency 5, which is the one that BB-8 wanted. Let's get that. Let's get conveyor 4s, because that's going to be painful, I know, but we might as well. That's going to require rubber, hydraulic pistons, and thermalite sheets in order to get it working. Oh my god. Okay, we'll research it anyway, and then maybe use it at some point. And we'll get the balancer to go with it, and we'll get the super alloy production, because I'm sure I'm going to need that for stuff. And then beyond that, it's mostly going to be just robots then. So we'll worry about those as and when. Right. So I want elevator 4. That's going to be a job for the bus over here. So we're already making freight. This is freight elevator 1 and 2 here, I believe. Yeah, I'm researching belt 4 at the moment, so I may try and upgrade some things to ludicrous levels. Yes, I appreciate the sentiment there, Dougal. Yes, I would appreciate various likes and subscriptions and follows and that sort of thing. Right, so you're making my elevator 2s. Let's have a look in here. So. Elevator 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know why I never made elevator 3s. That was a bit of a mistake. Especially as there's only hydraulic pistons, which we have over there. Okay, so they're a little bit out of reach, but alright. This is probably going to be a let's build it down at the end, because this is where we have all the good stuff and a bit of space to carry on building. So, yeah, I've got pistons out. Right, so what do we need? So we need elevator 1s, which is iron, which I think we have nearby. Iron, yes, excellent. Iron, steel, and advanced parts. Iron, steel, advanced parts. Excellent. So that we can just do 1s here. That's fine and easy. Then we want 2s, which is 1s, advanced parts, and circuit boards, which is that one. Great. So we can do those here as well. Then we need 3s, which is that and hydraulic pistons, which are there. Easy. And then 4 is CPU and rubber. Okay, well, the CPUs aren't in this area at all, and nor is rubber, but okay, so we can get up to 3 very, very easily. Well, mediumly easily. And then we can get up to 4, like not at all, without bringing more resources in. So let's do up to 3, and then we'll put in a machine for 4, because why not, and then see how we go from there. So that's 1 and 2. And 3. I might need to lift that belt up a bit further. And 4. Let's program you guys. So I want to make elevator 1, elevator 2, Hup. Elevator 3, and elevator 4. Then we have the rather silly system of getting the elevators between machines. So we'll go that, and tag you as an output. Boop. And then I guess my cheap belts these days are the yellow ones, which seems crazy given what things have been like in earlier in the game, but fine. So wiggle that round like that, and that'll bring that through. The next one I'm going to have trouble because I don't think I can put these in. No, underneath this. So this is why I was saying this belt is going to have to go up again. So take out all of that. Then am I going to have any of these? Yes, amazingly. And I'll have the belts from just ripping out those other belts. I don't know why I've got some tier 1 ramps still in my inventory, but that's kind of useful. Although, to be honest, I'd have just put yellow ones in, so it wouldn't have mattered, really. There we go. Those can go around the top there. Then we have this coming around here again, like that. It's probably easier to do it this way around, and then put the inserters in afterwards, like that and that. And then, boop. Can't reach the button. Boop. There we go. So that's 1's going into 2's, 2's going into the 3's, and then again over here, 3's going into the 4's. This time, conveniently, I don't need to move any. Don't need to move any other belts around. There we go, and that's an output. Okay. So number 1 was this one, which is iron, steel, and advanced components. So that's a 2 and a 3 on this side, like that, and of course more belt. Can't see under there far enough. Maybe if I go to here, yeah, there we go. There we go. And iron from this side. Why have I got so much red belt all of a sudden? I'm not sure where all this has come from, because I probably upgraded a belt somewhere and ended up with a load in my inventory from that. That's probably what's happened. Yeah, toggling. You can copy and paste it with but yeah, it'd be nice if there was an easier way. Basically, actually, every device needs its control panel to be a lot easier to access. Like, I should be able to do things with this from here, and I should be able to do things with this machine from here. I shouldn't need to go right up to its control panel and rub my face against it. Advanced components and green circuits. So that's another one of these. And green circuits are over here. So you actually need one of those. There we go. That's it, isn't it? Yeah. Then this one needs pistons. Just pistons. Sweet. Which are these guys. Where's your belt go to? Okay, cool. You can press it. I can't press E on the screen from here, and I can't press E on this machine from here. You have to be looking at the screen, and you have to be quite close to it. E just makes it bigger. So, actually, it gives you a little bit more range than just poking it, but only a little bit, and not really enough. I want to be able to, and also I want any part of the machine to functionally be the screen. If I go E here, then it should give me the control panel for it. Right, well, yes, you're going to get an inserter like that. Right, so that at least is now tier 3 freight elevators are being made. I can't make the tier 4s because rubber is not a thing yet, which is fine. We'll just have to. CPUs are a thing; they're just not over here. Maybe to be honest, I should probably have put that machine. Let's take that out again. Should probably have put that machine over here, because then I can bring CPUs and rubber down on the other side of this belt, down on the outside of here somewhere, or possibly in this lane. I don't know what's supposed to be in this lane, but it isn't there, so yeah, I guess that's what will happen. Then we put this guy here. we actually take you back out again, and we have the output here, and then that means, do I have a lot of red stuff? Yes, I've got loads of red belts. As I say, I must have upgraded. Oh yeah, I upgraded the machines, the belts that were taking the green circuits across. I remember. So we go down again to there. For some reason, Q and E are the opposite way around to the way I subconsciously expect them to be, so I keep getting that wrong. But never mind. Right, and then you give me an output, and doop, there they go. And they come over here. They'll be swallowed up by this machine. And then we need to get... Oh, yeah, you need to do elevator 4. And then we need to get... Well, I need to start making rubber, and I need to bring CPUs in over here. So at the moment, CPUs are being brought to... I think they're coming out about here. Oh, no, they're being made here and then brought over this way to then be spat off down here to go into the robot production. But if we're going to need them to come along here as well, then I'm going to need to split the belt. That's not a problem. So I need to bring them along here. Also, I'm going to need to make rubber, and I don't know what goes into rubber. It's going to be oil products, of course, but... So it's liquid polymer and high-density olumite. High-density olumite is high-density... High-density olumite is this one, right? Is impure high-density olumite, which is crude olumite and steam. And produces some waste gas somewhere along the lines as well. And steam, I guess we vent or we turn into power, or we probably just vent it because we have far too much of that sort of thing around. Okay, that's honestly not too bad. It's just crude olumite processed twice in a distillation column both times. And then we have the high density olumite coming through, and then we mix that with a little bit of the liquid polymer, which we already have. I might need to make more of it, but we basically have it. And then that's rubber in a casting machine. Of course, it's a casting machine, and casting machines are a pain in the what's name to get hold of because they get built really, really slowly. But theoretically, it's a possibility. In the meantime, I think just taking some of these elevator 3s is going to make things a lot better all over the place. I don't know where it needs them yet, but I feel like I'm going to want them. Probably for coal, if not. Actually, coal could go up to a 2 and it would still be fine. But in the meantime, right, let's have a quick look over here and think about what we're doing. So we want the... I think we want to set up a separate rubber producing... A separate rubber production system. So we're going to have distillation columns like this producing the yellow, and then we're going to have additional distillation columns producing the intermediate, the other intermediate, the purple, and then mixing in the middle and then feeding them out to casting machines. Are you casting machines? Yes. So it's basically it's going to be this. It's going to be this, but with three distillation columns on the start of each row, and potentially a different number of casting machines. I don't know, but that honestly doesn't seem too bad. Okay, I think what I'll do is I'll actually put this right next to these machines, because if I need more plastic, I can expand out this way. Or do I put it on? Actually, no. Let's put it on the other side. Let's put it over here because there's loads of space here, and we already have a pipe of the crude olumite coming in. I assume yes. This is waste gas going back out again. We've got half of what we need here already, so this should be quite straightforward. Do I have any of these guys? Yes. How many do I have? Disti columns. I've got 1. Okay, let's get some more distillation columns and some more casting machines and make some rubber. Distillation columns feels like something's going to be in around here. Ow. Casting machines, we need those. Let's take some of them. Annoying thing is they come in about 5s, and I could do with a lot more than that. These can come in 10s, I don't need that many. Let's upgrade the machine making the casting machines, because I would like them to be available more quickly. I kind of want to unload them into a chest, but that's difficult because chests are quite big. And this area is very, very crowded. What goes into one of these guys? Steel, advanced components, and electronics components. It's all fairly basic stuff. They do get made fairly quickly. I was thinking, is it worth putting in more machines, making the casting machines? I think the answer is probably not. Also, where are all my high-tech components? Why have I not got any? They're being made over here? Yes. It's this machine. Is it just literally just this machine making them? Probably. Well, we'll make them a little bit faster. Yeah, there's nothing else outputting onto that belt. Okay, well, we'll make them a little bit faster and we'll see how that goes. In the meantime, I have enough stuff to make a proof of concept over here. The thing about rubber is you only need alumite and water as an input and it outputs rubber. Oh, I see. You mean if you including for power. Pew. 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 Why am I doing it like this? I don't know. Pew. But I've done it now. Right, fill all that in. Is that going to be enough for 3 disty columns? Probably not. But we'll see how we get on. Right. Okay. So we'll put a little bit of a space in here for reasons of sanity. Leave a little room for sanity, as they say. Also, you the same way? Yes, you're the same way around as that one. And a little bit of room for sanity. And a little bit of room. There we go. Right. Okay. So there we go. There's my 3 distillation columns. Over here, we're going to be making liquid polymer. Fine. That's going to be piped in exactly the same way that this one is. I hope. Yeah, okay, right. So oh, that's nice. We might be able to bring the crude olumite just straight up the side over here. Then we're going to do the impure high density olumite. So we're going to need steam. And then over here we don't have enough foundation, so we can't. Zap. Zap. There we go. And you know what? While we're waiting, while I'm faffing with this rather, let's go from here to here to here. Just take that out. It's not that big a job compared to some of the ones I've done, but we'll get that happening. Right. So then over here, configure this distillation column. You're going to be doing the high density. Okay, I don't know why I thought it was giving off steam. It needs steam and gives off waste gas. That's makes much more sense. So there's my purple coming out. We want the purple to go in here. Fine. Oh, should look at the numbers on these. The speeds. Speed is in fact of the essence. Right. So you are making 1125 a minute. Okay, that is indeed a number. You're taking in 1,000 a minute. So that's close enough. And you're outputting 500 a minute. You're taking in 500 a minute. Okay, this is all close enough to 1 to 1 to 1 that I'll stick with. That I'll go with that. Wait. No. I'm being dumb. So those two are close enough to 1 to 1 that will go with it. Then the next step is making the rubber, which is 5 liquid polymer and 10 high density olumite. So I need 4 times as many machines making the high density olumite, because this produces 1,000. This produces 1,000. These produce 500, and we take twice as much purple as we do yellow. So we need to double it once to get the same output rate, and we need to double it again because the input rate is required is more. However, we can make at least some rubber just with 2 of them. So what I'll do is I'll set these up as is with some casting machines over here, and then I can put in an extra 3 copies of from here onwards before I need to put in another one of these. Okay, that's straightforward enough. we go. Fill that space in and that space as well. Okay, so that means it's piping time. Right, and all of these hopefully have their crude input on the same side. They both have the crude olymite on the same input on the same side. This one would be much easier if I rotated it, because I can put this here. Yeah, here. And just have a single piece of pipe. It's possible you can butt them against each other. I don't know if that's the case. I'm not going to risk it. So put a pipe in there. And because they run at the same speed, that's going to be absolutely fine. So we're going to purify that there. Then we have... Sadly, that means the waste gas now comes out here and needs to be piped around the side. But that's okay. We can handle that. That means I need more pipe stuff. Pipe. And you want to be a corner. Like that. Alright, we'll use the smart tool. We want to go from there. Don't care about that one. Want to go to... actually, I'm just going to drag it straight past all of them. Like that. Has it been smart enough to link it in there? No, but that's fine. Where does my waste gas come out? My waste gas comes out here. Okay. So bring that along from there to... I'm going to get higher up because I can't see what's going on. To there. So we'll set a fixed point there. And then we'll go up to there. And then I can just come along and sort of link things in properly. Right, so I don't know why you've turned into a corner. That's probably because of the way I dragged it, but that's fine. We'll fix that. And then we'll take that piece out. That is going to have to... Sadly, that's going to have to be a 6 intersection because there isn't a corner 3-way. But that's fine. Not a problem. We'll pull that out and replace it with a T-piece in there like that. There we go. So that's all of my waste gas being taken away now. So that's nice and easy. Okay, so it would have worked if I linked them together. Okay, that's nice to know. Then along here, we've got the... Oh, yes. Then we need this pipe. I'm just going to use the smart drag again, because it did actually work very nicely. And we're going to bring that from there to there. And pull out that piece and turn it into a T, like so. That's my crude olymite inputs. So this one I think will now work, and so that's now working. Excellent. This one is not working because we need steam. So that means we're going to need to bring in water and some kind of fuel source, and that's going to be the tricky part. Because how do I make steam? What's the best way to make steam? And where does it show up in? Are you steam? No, that's not going to make gas. And we've got a turbine. I suppose it's going to have to be a boiler, isn't it? But do I have any? But I don't have any sort of. The only boilers we've got are these guys that run on coal or other solid fuels. I don't believe I've got an electric boiler, which is a shame. Ideally, I want an electric boiler for this because I'd rather not faff around with bringing in a fuel supply of some sort. I'd rather just run it off electricity. But as somebody was saying, as Bob is saying, if I use portable fuel as for the boiler, okay, let's have a think about that. Portable fuel. So I'd need to seed it with some barrels, presumably. But then need to make some liquid fuel. Hot air stove base. No, that's hot air rather than steam. So that's different, I think, unfortunately. Okay, so what if I have a boiler, and then how do we make portable fuel? Yeah, I don't care. How do we make liquid fuel? So we can make portable fuel from liquid fuel. We can make liquid fuel from low density olymite, and we can make low density olymite from crude olymite. So that's going to take a distillation column and a chemical processor and a fluid assembler. which is a shame because I was kind of hoping to fit them. Because as I say, I'm going to potentially need to have 3 times as many across here. I was kind of hoping this would all fit into the same space. Actually, maybe it would. Let's just build it and see how we get on. So I want to bring this across here, like that, and joys of building in the desert. Actually, it's the joys of building anywhere. It's just these things are a little bit smaller, and therefore you feel like you don't notice them quite as much when you're trying to build stuff. Right, so we need to put in... I've run out of... Oh no, I'm just too far away. Right, so put in one of these guys, like... If I rotate it, am I going to have my waste gas output in the correct place? Let's find out. So I want to be making the... I've forgotten. Fuel is liquid fuel is low density. Right. So I need to make low density, which means the crude goes in there, the low density comes out here, and the waste gas comes out here. Yes, perfect. So that's actually in the right place. That's very convenient. I can then put in a chemical processor, which amazingly I've got. How big are you? Oh, actually, no, that fits. Put you there. And tell you to make fuel, liquid fuel. There we go. And then, so that's that pink to pink. Yep. Then I need to get the pipes out again. There's a pipe. And let's use, go away. Let's use you in magic mode. Go from there to there. Lovely. Wait, that isn't going to work. I need to feed the crude stuff in there. Damn it. This needs to be one further across. Bother. Chemical processor. That. And then you're making liquid fuel. I need to link that to there. You should be a T-piece. That to... Oh, heck. Oh. Drat and bother and drat. Okay. Nope, T-piece. Because I'm probably gonna want to feed this through to somewhere else at some point in the future. I feel like this is a real shame. This is good. These pipes coming together so nicely until that. There and then there and boop. There we go. Then over here, we take out the orange stuff and put it into a fluid assembler, which I probably have a few of left. I think, yeah, there we go. I knew I'd seen them recently. You can go there. And now we need more. Give me a piece of pipe. There we go. And smart drag from there to there to, nope, there. Lovely. And then we tell you, I want you to barrel up portable fuel. And then, do I have a boiler? No, why would I have a boiler? I might have a boiler. No, I don't have a boiler. Okay, that's fine. I wouldn't actually expect me to have a boiler. I'm going to need water as well, but I don't think water is going to be too hard. There's water. That pipe is water, I believe. I don't think water is going to be too hard to get to that area. It's needed in quite a lot of those sort of processes. Boiler. There we go. I don't want 20 boilers. I would like... No, I said I don't want 20 boilers. Put more back. There we go. There's one boiler. Sweet. Where's the nearest water? I think that is the nearest water. Okay, it's not as close as I was expecting it to be, but that's... Oh, actually, no, it's just over there. That's actually closer. Right, boilers are massive. I kind of forgot about that. So I'd like to dig up everything from there to there. I think that's bigger than it needs to be for a boiler, but no harm in getting a little bit carried away. I say it's bigger than it needs to be for a boiler. How big is a boiler? Having just picked one up, it is... Oh, it's only 5x5. Sorry, 5x3. That's a lot smaller than I thought. Oh, I'm thinking of the turbines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can I put my boiler... Can I just drop the boiler in right there and have it work? So we've got an output for the steam there. Where's the input for the water? Where is the input for the water? Oh, it's on the ends. Fine. So I can put you there. And, oh yeah, zap out a little bit more terrain along here. And have that going there. I didn't actually, in hindsight, come think of it, I didn't need to zap that, but whatever. Right, so we'll take the barrels out there and put them in there. We'll then take the empty barrels out there and put them in there. So you're going to be an exerter, you're going to be an exerter. And I can now link this up with some sort of sensible speed of belt, like red. So you go like that, you go like that. And now if I seed it with barrels, this should work. I think we've got everything we need here. Yes, except barrels, except the water. So I need to now bring water over from there. I think what I'm going to do for this is dig a trench, because that's my go-to for absolutely everything. I'll dig all the way up to full height, because why not? Right, and then from there, I may well build over the top of this again later, but we'll see. 1 by whatever it is to here. And up to, yeah, sure. Right, so then pull that out, turn that into a TP. Like that. Vertical, no, vertical pipe straight down. That's that. That comes, oh no, smart tool. Smart tool will be much easier for this. Down. Oh, right, okay. Down, 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 down. No, down to there. Then this way. Yes, dig me a tunnel. Go, my flying min... I said, go, my flying minions. Okay, there's some other flying minions coming down to help. Was that an armadillo dropping in here with me? Yes, it was. Okay, well, sorry, mate, but sucks to be you. You're going to be kind of trapped in there. Right, so bring that to here, and then we go, wait a minute, is that not working? So we'll just build the pipe to here for a second, while I look at this and go in consternation and go, what the hell? Input requires water, fine. Please tell me, please don't tell me I need to, oh, and I've overextended this pipe now. Okay, that does seem to be all right. Up. There we go. Doomp. Right, so that's that, but I need to pump it somewhere. This looks like a good place to pump it because I've got power available. So I'll pull out you, and we'll bring you. I assume I've got power. I might not have power here because this is an area of this is all high voltage stuff around here. I've only built it on foundation because I have to. Oh, we can make high voltage pumps, so we'll do that if necessary. But we'll see if this works first, because if so, it'll be easier to plumb it in this way. Pump. Nope, no power. I didn't think, in hindsight, I realised just as I was putting it in that of course this wasn't going to have power, because it doesn't need it. It's all high voltage stuff. And annoyingly, I can't hook off. Ooh, I wonder if I can to a pylon. Can I go from you? I can't go to that. Oh, I can go to a pylon. Sweet. Try again. You to a small pylon like that. Lovely. Okay, that's better than I feared. And you link up to that. I don't know what you're saying, Bob, about needing to pull 10% of the pipe network. Do you saying they sort of work even if they're flashing, but they just don't work very well? Or yeah, I thought that was a low voltage pump, and then it's fine. It's going to work now. I thought, yeah, yes, basically. Let's fill this back in again because it looks weird like that. Sand. Wait, this isn't yellow sand. This is funny sand. This is rocky desert dirt, probably. No, it's not. That was actually sand. Okay, flashing just means it reduces app throughput down to 10%. I think I'd rather not have. I think I'd rather have more than 10% of my power coming through, to be honest. So I'm happy to have. Even if I didn't absolutely have to, I'm happy to have fixed that because I don't know how much water is being used by the system, but I suspect that there's a decent chance it's a reasonable amount. Right, where does my steam need to go? Not there. Not there. Is it here? It is here. Right, so we're going to put in more pipes, and I'll use the magic tool again because it actually is quite good. So we'll go down one. Actually, we'll go down more than one. We'll just go down all the way to here because why not? Nothing else wants to come along at this height. Bring that all the way to here. Right, and then I need to go and get some empty barrels. So over here somewhere, I'm making barrels. It's probably, I don't know. Presumably it's in a normal assembler, isn't it? Or is it going to be? I know I'm making barrels over here because they used it. Oh, here they are. Here come the barrels. They're made in. Ah, yes, this machine. Excellent. 200. Wow. Sure. 200 is more than I was expecting to get, but we'll go with that for now. So I can come over here. Hopefully now I can come over here and chuck those into this machine. Like that. It'll fill those up and pass them through into here, and this will be willing to use. Yes, there we go. It's happy to use that as fuel. Excellent. So we're now steaming away, and that should mean that over here we will soon get some. Yep, there we go. We've got some of that coming in, which means we can now run the machine. We can make the high density oleumite, and then we can start putting down casting machines to deal with it. Yeah, and there you go. And the waste gas is going away. Right, so where does the high density oleumite come out? It comes out of this side. So the next thing to do is to put in a casting machine. I cast machine. It's super effective. Where's your input? Either end, but it's not going to tell me which one I need probably until I've placed it and set the recipe. So put that there. Right, I want you to cast rubber. Oh, it needs both of them. Of course it does. Right, well that's convenient that this is on this end, so we'll go with that. We'll take a pipe and we'll magic thing it from there to there. Excellent. So this is producing 500 a minute. This is using 30 a minute. So we need 10, 15. 15 will be 450. So we need 16. 16 casting machines. This is ridiculous. Casting machines are so slow. I can't get over how slow casting machines are. Also, I need to get a pipe out of here. Okay, that's not too bad. I can spaghetti that out without too much difficulty. Right, so we'll go from here. We'll go down one. And we'll come out here. Then we'll run all the way along the side of here. Fine, let's try it again. Come to here. Yes, we'll set that as a fixed point. Then this comes all the way along here, and then it turns out this machine is slightly bigger. Okay, so we'll undo that, and we'll come out to here. And then we'll go up one, back up one, to there, and plug in. Just like that. Yeah, lovely. And actually that's quite convenient because it means it's slightly further away from this pipe. I could have brought it upwards slightly sooner if I'd wanted to. And maybe I should have. But anyway, that's that machine now working. And if I turn this... Oh no, we need an output for all these goodies. Let's bring them out this side. So I want an exerter here. And then about like this. And then we'll worry about how to get that to the factory later. But look, rubber! Bricks of rubber. Excellent. And then coming out fairly slowly after that. Okay, next thing is to tweak this design a little bit so it can be copy-pasted. And that means taking that out and replacing it with a vertical T-piece, like so. And then putting another piece of pipe on the end. There we go, because these things are only 3 wide. And then doing the same, basically the same over here. Take that out, turn it into a T, like that, and then put another piece of pipe on the end. And that's it. Fluid buildings are very, very easy to hook up, it turns out. Oh no, wait, I need a couple more pieces of Beltron here, like that. Then I can get out the copy-paste-omatron, come around here and go, I would like to copy everything. I'd like to select a new select area, and I'd like to go from there to there to there, then copy in place, and what was it? It was 16 of these, wasn't it? Which we're not going to have. I don't have enough of that. 7, so that's 8. I think I had 9 of them. So we'll put one. We'll go up to here, and then we'll go and we'll do a clear out, clear the terrain, confirm paste, and that's everything. Oh, I've run out of pipe. But basically, that should be good for producing massive quantities of rubber. I say massive quantities. I mean, it's going to be a significant quantity of rubber. I don't know how it's going to stand once I start using it for things like belts and elevators and whatever else it goes into. There's a box of pipe somewhere. Where is my box of pipe? Where is my box of pipe? Pipe. Not there. Oh, there's my box of pipe. Let's take 2 stacks, and more than that seems a bit excessive, to be honest. My next question, actually, now I think of it, is are the barrels being taken off the belt over here, and is that going to cause problems? The answer appears to be no. So let's take those barrels back, then it can fill up from here. And then, yeah, we'll have a nice steady sort of set of them rotating around. There's 5 held in this one. That doesn't appear to be a problem. And there's 3 held in this one. That seems to be okay. Right, and finish off the paste. There we go. I think that's everything. Yes, all ticks. Right, so that is now a quantity of rubber. As I say, this produces, what was it? It was yeah, this produces 500. These take per minute. That's loud. These take 30 each per minute. Or at least they would if I could get their screens. You see, this is why I want to be able to see a machine screen from anywhere. or serial machines config from anywhere. And these take 30 a minute, so yeah, we still don't actually have enough. This needs to be 16. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is literally half of them. We're going to run out of space because of the solar at some point if I try and put the other half in. But I guess I could put them coming back down the other side. But then it'd be even more of a gap before I put in the next set of distillation columns and the next set of them. But that isn't a problem. The pipes do travel a reasonable distance. Yeah, well, this is probably okay for now. So, I've got rubber coming out here. Let's have a think about that. I saw the map update. Right, so the rubber's coming out here. It can be passed through... I can find a way to spaghetti it through here, potentially bringing it underground. It's going to be needed down here for the mall. And it's going to be needed down here for robots at some point, I'm basically certain. It may also go into other things, of which I don't know yet. So I think the best way to do this is going to be to run a relatively small tunnel from here over to this area, then down this way, then bring it up here, and split it, and have half go that way, half go that way. That feels sensible. However, this is the very, very packed, very, very busy area. So actually, in hindsight, rethinking that, it might be more sensible to bring it across, to bring it underground and then down and across this way and come up about here. That feels more sensible because that way we're going to avoid some of the really, really busy areas. Now there is this belt of coal coming around here, which I would probably be best off avoiding. And there's also quite a lot of other stuff going on in here. But it avoids this area, which is going to be kind of tangled. And if it's just feeding through here, that might be easier. Let's go to this end and try and start a tunnel from here and see how we get on. Because if I can get to underneath this bit, I think it's going to be somewhat more plain sailing than trying to go the other way. Right, so where am I? I'm at... Okay, so if I come out of the ground at... I'm going to write this down because it's a number that I will not remember for more than about 20 seconds. Which notepad am I using for Foundry stuff? This appears to be fairly Foundry heavy. Just both Foundry and Factorio in the same notepad. That's very unhelpful. Okay, we'll use this page. Seems to be all right. Minus 168 minus 14. Rubber minus 168 minus 14. All my numbers seem to be negative. That just says something about the direction I've been building in, granted. But yeah, I've gone off up and left quite a lot for a lot of my stuff. So, over here. Ideally, I wanted to come up about here, so we can then just pass it down that way and then worry about exactly where it's going to be as it goes carries along that way. And that will also keep it away from this coal belt here. And away from this... I don't even know what this is. Oh, science. So we go down next to the science here. And then it'll pop up in this area. Right, okay, yeah, I'm happy with that idea. So let's start from... In fact, let's just go down directly next to it, because why not? So let's go into there, so we want to go there and there. There and there. There and there. I'll go down one more, I think. There. There, right, so this is my depth of my tunnel. Let's see how far I can go this way before I run into something. This is the problem with the that I have with... I almost want a mode where you can turn on a sort of a... Like you can... In the same way you can scan for ores, I'd like to be able to turn on a mode that just makes the ground transparent. So something like this would be very, very obvious and I wouldn't run into my concrete belt. That said, I mean, it's not a problem. I can just go underneath. I can just take myself underneath it. And the belt that I'm running through here isn't going to have any problems at all, because you can have belts directly above each other. The next question is, what colour belt should I make this? The thing is, though, it doesn't actually really matter. There's a pipe here. Oh, is that the paint? That's probably the paint. It doesn't really matter what colour belt I use, because as long as I don't put any splitters in, I don't have to... I can just upgrade the whole thing very, very easily. Right, let's go north at this point. And I want to get to minus... What was it? Minus 14. I could use the drones to dig this out, but to be honest, when when the rock is this soft and I'm making such a small tunnel, it's just as quick to use the laser. What on earth was that for? I have no idea. Oh, that sounds useful, Bob. Yeah, that's basically the sort of thing I'm thinking of. So you can, so you can have a sort of look underground and tell when whether it's going to be reasonably safe to dig there, or whether you're just going to immediately run into things. It'd be very useful. 14. Now I need to go to 168. What height am I at? Height 127. Okay. Not that really matters. Always the way. And in a way, it's quite nice seeing all of my different root things meeting each other like this. It shows that this area is populated and whatnot. On the other hand, it can be a little bit annoying when something misses, like when you fall out and go into a tunnel. What's this tunnel even for? There's just an empty belt coming down here. I think this is my Talaxium. That's a worry. If I run out of Talaxium, then my processor production is going to dry up at some point. I'll have to go and take a look at that. That's a convenient thing to have found. Because if it had run out, well, if it has run out, I'm not going to get the processors I need for my tier 4 elevators, among other things. Into the sandy area now, so that must mean I'm nearly there, because we built it out in the desert, so so sand is what we're going to run into as we're getting closer. And yeah, 158. Oh, actually, that's got a bit close. I should probably be going up fine. Yeah, I should have been going up a little while ago. Let's poke up here, see how far up I have to go. Not too bad, actually. So if we go 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and then go down there. There we go, it's into the tunnel. Alright, so from here, we're doing yellow for now, which I think is fine. I want to go down. I said I want to go down. Behave. Should I just put the ramp in first, and then I think that's going to be easier. Right, do that. Then switch over to belt. Right, so you come to... What? Somehow I came along at 13, not 14. For goodness sake. Can't get the staff. I need to be in the hole for this. What? Oh, I must have pressed something I shouldn't have pressed. Belt? No. Try again. Belt goes forwards. Okay, fine. Lock it there. Go down the hole. There we go. Right, along to here, but with lots of down. There we go. Why are these all sad? Oh, I see. I suspect. What are you doing? Why are you bad? Right, let's dig out this. I think the problem I think I had there was I didn't leave enough headroom for the thing to come down. So let's take out an extra square of each point all the way up there. I'm going to do this manually because this isn't working. So we'll bring this to here. And then down to here. Oh, have I run? No, I haven't run out. There's just still too much ceiling. Okay, down to there. Right, there we go, finally. Then, can switch back over to the belt again and run this from here straight on till morning. Wow, you really do move a lot faster when you're flying. I'm surprised I've not reached the end of the maximum permitted length yet, but there we go. Oh yeah, I forgot it did that. Duh. Right. And then from here, we now want an up ramp. So we'll go from there to ground level, like that. Then I can run a yellow belt. That's not a yellow belt. I can run a yellow belt from here. Oh, I've run out. Joy. Okay, we'll run a yellow belt to there. Then we'll get some more yellow belts. Do you have any yellow belts? Yes, you do. Oh, sweet, you got 500 of them. That's a good number. I like 500. So what was it needed rubber? It was this thing down here. It was this machine right down here at the end, wasn't it? You needed rubber and you also needed processing units. Yeah. So we're not going to do processing units yet. I might add them into the system at some point in the future, but processing units are sufficiently difficult, and I think I haven't got any of them, that I'm not going to do that just now. So instead, I'm going to turn my personal drones off, and we're going to dig out from there to there to all right. We'll stick with the pattern. And we'll dig out to there. And we'll leave the things, what's names to do that, while I go and get some process, or at least while I go and find out if there's any processes I can get. And yes, there are. Okay, so I can grab some of these, or I can follow this back and grab them out of the machines here, because that'll be easier to get a sensible number. CPUs, right, give me that. So my concern is that this belt here has run out. And this is the belt that's bringing in the telexite from way over yonder. So I guess what's probably happened, I'm going to go over there and check, and then come back and actually fix it, because I'm pretty sure I know what the problem is. But I suspect over here, this was my first vein mining setup. I suspect it's just used up the entire vein mine, and so it's not working anymore. Is there an easy way in? There's a small hole there. Don't think it goes down very far. Resources are coming up here. This is where I would probably have put a sneaky entranceway if I was putting one in. But I don't see one. Let's check this hole. No, that's quite a shallow hole. There is, however, an elevator over here, so I guess we'll give that a shot. Okay, let's go to 97. I can't remember how this is set up. Presumably there's separate telexite mining patches at 97 and 57. So let's go down to 97 and see what's going on down here. As I say, I'm pretty sure I know what's happened. I reckon my drills have all gone in as far as they can go, and now can't get any resource out, and I can't get through. Right, this is a bit of a tight tangle. Yeah, this is as much as we're going to get out of these patches until we start fracking. Okay, well, that's not the end of the world. I can start just pumping fracking fluid in, and it'll just all magically start going again. So I kind of don't care. It's going to be a nice, easy fix. I just wanted to come over and check that that was the problem before I started doing anything too drastic. Right, back in the lift, back to the surface. Boop. Yeah, yes, exactly as you say, Bob. I think having some sort of upgrade, or possibly an alternative mode, even if it comes behind, even if it's gated behind an upgrade, to Let's go the correct way. Yeah, an upgrade on the it, or then allows you to put it into a different mode where it just shows all of your infrastructure undergrounding. Yeah, some sort of wire mesh or wireframe, or yeah, or even just makes the ground invisible. That would look awful, to be honest. But that sort of is the basic idea. Right. So now I need to learn about fracking. So let's have a look in the help system for fracking first. Ore vein mining. Here we go. Mining setup, yada yada yada. Okay, fracking. Buildings and machines. Fracking tower? Fracking tower, here we go. Fracking tower is a modular building, of course it is. Building is placed on top of an ore vein. Does not need to touch, it just needs to be on top. Once turned on, extend to drill down to touch the vein. As long as the building is supplies for fracking liquid, all ore mines already at the ore vein core are continue mining. Fracking liquid consumption depends on the amount of miners drilling the core. Seems fairly straightforward. Right, okay. So I need to make a fracking tower and I need to make fracking fluid. How the frack do I do that? Oh, I saw it then, I messed over it. Fracking liquid. Air, oleumite gas, and water. Makes a lot of fracking liquid. Okay, so that's not too bad. We've got, I guess it means I need to make another air intake, because as far as I'm aware that's the only way to get air, so that's another massive building. But oleumite, light oleumite is we can just make down here easily enough. It's just then we're going to have to run very, very long pipes, which are going to need regular pumps in order to sustain them. But I already have a tunnel going from here, somewhere around here, to this mine, so that's not going to be too bad. I will then also need to get a pipe going out to here, which is going to be significantly more awkward. And also, eventually, I'm going to need one coming out to here. So these are all slight difficulties, but not significant difficulties. So yeah, that's going to be manageable. So first thing is going to be to make one of the it's going to be to make a fracking tower base. That's that one. So it's iron, steel beams. This is standard things. All the bases seem to take more or less the same stuff, and also at least one more and an air intake base. Okay, can do that. So come over here. And yes, it's down here. I feel like I want to disable this for the time being. Remove it for the time being. There we go. What have I just destroyed? Okay, that. And let's pull all of these out and then put the ones back in that I actually need. Because I want to come to here and then go, I want you to make buildings. I want you to make actually, I want you to make an air intake. Well, I'm going to want multiple fracking tower bases. Let's start with that one. Have anything I've got that will fit. There we go. And then from here, we can take some steel and some those and those. Chuck all of that in here. There we go. We can now make make our first fracking tower base. Lovely. So get one of those. In fact, ideally I need 3 of these. So we'll keep making them. So I get 3, and I'll go out and drop them in all the appropriate places. Also, an air intake. Give me. Give you? Yeah. The iron requirement is fairly steep, it seems. I guess this should probably be a faster belt. And that'll help in the short term. I don't know if it'll help in the long term, because I don't know what's at the other end of this, whether there's a yellow belt's worth of iron to be put onto this belt or not. But in the short term, it'll allow us to grab it up a bit more quickly. 200. Right, there we go. Here's a second fracking tower. What are you taking in? Oh, the thing there is nothing of. Oh, it's green circuits, isn't it? We've used them all up again. Clearly going to need to upgrade the green circuit production at some point. Oh, give me. Yeah, it seems like we're getting absolutely... I suppose it's because of the sheer number of green belts that I'm trying to make. How many have we got now? 1,300! Wow. Okay. Maybe we don't need to make more than 2,000 expensive conveyor belts. Alright, there we go. Have you got a third one for me yet? No. Ooh, there we go. Building, 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 building. Let's do a little bit of tidying while I'm waiting. So I don't want these seeds. They're just taking up space completely unnecessarily. I'll hang on to that. Right, there we go. So take that, change recipe. I also want an air intake. And then I think I'm done with large buildings. How many do you need? Are you going to be another 200? Oh yeah, there we go. So it's clearly a red belt feeding this somewhere up the chain because we've taken all of the. Actually, that feels like more than a red belt's worth. Maybe it's feeding something else as well. Maybe there's a yellow belt feeding two things. Oh, it's a lot of iron to make one of these. I'm also actually going to be able to upgrade. Yeah, finish off the belt that's bringing the iron into this area, which means I can cut that off. And maybe I can actually get that iron production system that I've been talking about all day switched over to producing steel instead. But there's been quite a bit of yak shaving today. That said, I mean, lots of progress has been made, but there has been a lot of yak shaving where I've gone, right, I want to get the iron flowing in there so I can upgrade that to steel. And then there's been a million things I've had to go off and do, like getting the green circuit production up and running properly. And making rubber in order to make better elevators and stuff like that, which technically wasn't required, but it was new and exciting, and that's how I wanted to do it. Bing. Right, do that. So now I can come back over to here, and I can put all of the green circuits that I've ended up picking up, and all of the steel. And all of the iron plates. Where'd the steel go? That's weird. Unless I just happened to use exactly all of the steel, which seems bizarre, but maybe possible. Anyway, okay, let's not worry about it. Okay, so I've got all the bits and pieces I need now. Let's go and put in the air intake first, because that's going to be clearly the first thing that we're going to need, because we're going to want to start making the fracking liquid. And we'll do that in this area here because we have the oleumite. Okay, so let's flatten this area. That's it. Let's flatten this area properly. So go from there. Go from there. Come on. Right, go from there to... Where was it sticking up to? It's only that area. Okay, fine. Clear that area out, please. Actually, I will use my personal drones for this because I might as well get it done a little bit quicker. Right, so what was I doing? I was talking about fracking liquid, which is component. Fracking liquid is oleumite gas, and oleumite gas is crude, and it produces waste gas as well. Do I want to deal with waste gas all the way out here? Probably not. What if I did it over here instead? It's a bit too close. I say don't want to deal with waste gas. No, dealing with waste gas is just putting it... Hang on. Did I see steam in there? No, water. But we still don't have water over here. Maybe I'd be better off doing that over here. Doing it on the opposite side of the rubber. Because then we've got the water supply coming in here. We've got the oil here. And we've got waste gas disposal. Yeah, this feels much easier. Right, so let's extend this out in quite a large way. Because I haven't really thought about what I'm doing yet. So we'll just put in a load of that. And then fry some annoying trees and rocks. And dead trees like that. And fill in the gaps. La 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 la. There we go. Why is there a gap along here? I don't know. Fill that in. Right. So, I need to have another one of these guys. That's going to be... probably this way around. So it's going to be really easy to link in the crude. And I want you to make gas. Where's the crude go in? Is it on this side? It is! Sweet. And the gas comes out here. Fine. And the waste gas comes out here. Okay, that's slightly annoying, but only slightly. That's fine. I can run a pipe from here round and link it onto this one. Actually, that's going to be very easy. That's probably in the ideal place actually. Then I needed to make the this one. So that's air and oleumite gas and water. So we've got the water nearby. I've got the oleumite gas from here. So I just need to make the air. So let's put in my air production machine. That one. You can go here, and then no, not that clipboard. This clipboard. Boop. And we want the air to come out on this side. So put the utility panel there. And I'll stick vents all the way around because why not? It's not like it makes the building significantly more expensive. Turn. There we go. Turn. So 750 vent. 1,000. Yeah, no big deal. I'm not going to put a second row on it because I don't think there's any point. That should be fine. Then we have the massive great pipe come out there. We've got the other one coming out there. I'm sure there's a pipe type for turning one big pipe into little pipe. I'm sure I've seen it. Ah, here we go. Pipe to pipeline pump. So I need to make one of those. No, pipeline to pipe pump. I need to make one of those. Clip it onto the side of the machine up there. Fine. And then I can run a pipe from there. And then I can make the fracking fluid, which is done in a chemical processor, which is one of these guys, which I have quite a lot of, conveniently. And we'll put you in there. Because I've got all my inputs there. Because we've got the gas is coming out here, isn't it? Yes, gas is coming out here. Fracking fluid, no, the air's coming out there, so that's fine. I want to extend this out a bit further, like so. And then we have our fracking fluid coming out here. Where's the control panel on these guys? Here it is. Right, I want you to make the fracking fluid. This is the stage that needs water as well. This is going to be a spaghetti, but never mind. Okay, so we take some pipes, like you. I'll do you in smart mode. So from there, I need to bring you down one, I think. And then across to... Yes, here. Where are you? What are you doing? Stop being weird. Right, okay, we'll bring you across to here. And then... If I go up, yeah, I was going to do that. I thought it was up, other to up. There we go, up like that. And then this one is water, isn't it? Yes. So this can come out to. Well, it needs to come to over here eventually. Fine. So bring it out about this far. Then we'll go down to ground level. And then across here. And across... Okay, we'll come to here. Then we'll shoot this rock. Pew! Like that. And then we'll extend this to here. And then this is one of those funny corners where it has to be a 6-way because nothing else will do. So we'll remove that piece. And then we'll turn that into a 6-way. Like that. And then boom, water. Now we just need the air. And I assume I didn't have the bits in my pockets to make one of those pumps, did I? Which is a shame, but not entirely surprising. It's very, very simple stuff though, so let's go and grab that. Right, so what we've got, it was iron, and I've forgotten already. That one. Iron, machine parts, and electronic components. So, okay. Some of that, and then along here, some of that, and some of that. And that will get me a pipeline to pipe pump. Excellent. Bring it over here. here, and then we've got this massive gaping maw on the side of the doohickey. So at this point, well, it needs to be connected to the grid as well. We can probably manage that. Probably. So I want you there. Bet that's going to be a high voltage thing as well, isn't it? I don't see a high voltage connector on it actually. Maybe it isn't. Okay. And then we can go from here to here. Boink. Right. Where do I have high voltage power? Nowhere. I probably should have thought this through slightly further. Okay. Well, I say nowhere. It's right over here. That's not the end of the. Oh, actually, could run from here instead. That might be easier. Up the middle of this gap, that, and then to there. Boop. Where have you been? Are you floating in the air? You are floating in the air. That's ridiculous. Don't do that. Try again. Put that in a slightly more sensible place, like on the floor. And then connect it to there. Right, so there we go. Alright, so this is fine. This is not working. Presumably, as I say, I don't see a high voltage connector on it, so I'm assuming that means it's low voltage. Let's see if the box text tells us. That one. Oh, no, you can put it in a high voltage mode. Okay, that's probably going to be easier given that it's sort of floating in the air like that. So let's take it out. And then put it back in again. And I want you on high voltage. Put you there. And then I can just run a cable from there. No, don't be ludicrous. Then I can just run a cable from there. So much clipping problems. Right, from there we go, got it this time, to there. And yeah, it went yellow, but that's not actually touching, so I'm absolutely fine with that. Right, are you a happy bunny? No, you've not got any Olumite gas. Oh, I didn't connect up any of the inputs. That would be why then. Right, so you, yes. We need to turn this pipe into a T-piece. Like so. And then we have a corner. Like that. And a corner. Like that. That's my input. I do have, so there's the first output. We do also have this one to get rid of. We're going to have gunge coming out of here. So I want to what? That way. And move you, turn you into a T like that, and then smart drag whoop, to there, and then up. No. To there, and then up. Can we link onto? There we go. Right, there we go. Now there's a dump pipe. Okay, that should produce as much fracking fluid as we can drink. Oh, there's still no air. Oh, I need to turn this guy on. That's why. Boop. There we go. Yes, huge pipe in, tiny pipe out. What would be even more ridiculous is the ones where is the pumps that go the other way. I'm also slightly bothered about the way that seems to be unsupported. Maybe I should give it a prop like this. There we go. Just hold it up so it's not putting too much strain on the pipe connector there. It's supported by the. It's not actually supported by the foundation there. There we go. Now it's kind of supported. Yes, it's a little bit cantilevered. Right, so yeah, we are now making fracking liquids. So I want to get that to here. There is a tunnel running along here that goes all the way up this way, and that will be the one to take my to run the pipe along with the fracking fluid in it. It will also then intersect with, well, I can make it intersect with this one by having a drop down, by tunneling down, and then have another pipe of fracking fluid going off this way to come over to this mine for when it eventually needs it. I'm also going to want to have one coming over to here, but that's going to be somewhat harder. So we'll do the very easy one and the most important one first. I think this is just going to go straight down from here. So we'll take this out, and then we'll go and find out how deep the other pit is, so we know how to get to it. This pit, this is at 122. It's not very far underground, but it doesn't need to be. It's not quite cut and cover, but it's not much deeper. So 122. So we go down this far, and then it's a tunnel, yeah, straight this way. Hello. I'm expecting to need additional pumps along this pipe because it's going to be travelling rather a long way. And upsettingly, this was from this tunnel that I'm about to punch into, I believe, was from before I had high voltage power running down my tunnels. So that's going to make things a little bit harder. I'm going to need to... okay, nearly there. So I'm going to need to add in power connections through it in order to trigger all the... What? This is now 123. How is this 123? It's a different tunnel. That's why it's a different height. I went and checked. I don't know what tunnels I checked. There was one over here. But never mind. It's close enough. At least I didn't massively overshoot because it was a completely different height. So, yeah, the air intake is a bit of a... To be honest, most of the giant buildings are a bit silly. I quite like them. They're entertainingly silly, but they are a little bit silly. So I'd like a pipe. I would like to use the smirt mode, and I would like to drop down here, which means we have to have a lot of down. Whoop, too much down. That much down. And I would like to come this way. And emerge here, where we can then follow this tunnel. I'm getting wibbly things. I don't know why I'm getting wibbly things. Oh, okay. It's part of how that tool works. Alright, so as I say, this is not going to work. I'll keep an eye on when it starts flashing, and then put in some extra and put in the pumps at the time. But then I'm going to have to come along and do the. I'm surprised it hasn't complained yet. I'm going to have to come along and do the power to get to those pumps separately, which is a little bit annoying. But never mind. It's sort of worth it to have the rather neat piping system. Yep, there we go. It'd be nice if it told me where was too much. So if I cut it here. Nope, still too much. How about here? There we go. That's all right. All right, we'll go with that bit because it's good enough. I can't bother to work it out to exactly sort of be 100% efficient with it. Pump. Right, you are a high voltage one. That's all right. So put you in there. I need to seal that gap that I put in like that. There we go. Then along to here. We'll go back over to the smart mode. So grab from there and just go around the corner here like this. La 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 la. And again like this. And here we are at the end. So that wasn't too bad. It's only a 1 pump trip, or only a 1 pump length. Oh no, I take it back, it's a 2 pump length. How about here? Nope. Okay, that'll do. Let's put in another pump here, if I can find the darn things. There they are. There's a pump. Put you there. Actually, no, let's leave that on a straight piece, because then I can fill in the gap. There. And over here, back to the smart mode. I'd like you to have a fixed point there, and then go up like this. And we'll just have it emerge here, and then we'll worry about how to put in. Actually, while I'm here, this is the top of the debris patch. So while I'm here, I can now drop in one of these things. That's quite large. Let's do it from a little bit further away. Yeah, we'll put you there. That seems fine. I assume if I tried to put it over here, yes, and then now complain because it's not on the fracking, it's not on the vein patch. If I put it over here, then it'll work. Right. So that can now get. Well, it can't get built yet actually because I need to wave my magic clipboard at it. So we can. What we've got over here. We've got these are going to be the inputs, yeah. Pipe connection, power connection. Okay, well we're going to need both of those. They're on the awkward side of the building, but what can you do? Probably rotate the whole blueprint. I say on the awkward side. They are. Feels like they should go on any side. Right, the pipe is over here. Power is everywhere. Let's pull that back up again. From my inventory, I would like to put down one of these. I'm going to put it down this way this time and see. So I want the pipe input to be on the side that the robot's on. Let's see if that's likely to happen. Nope. I can't tell which way round these things are. They're all functionally symmetrical. So I want the ladder sides facing me, but I want the other ladder side facing me to what I had before. Let's try it once more. If this doesn't work, then I'm going to give up and just go, okay, fine, it's that way round, you win. Okay, good, it's worked this time. So I want my pipe connection, I want my power connection. On here I want to have a tower, on here I want to have a... I don't think I need this many, but in the past, it's probably going to be fine. I was going to say, in the past I've had problems with the machine not being sufficiently sized, but you know what, I don't care. I also don't know which is which of these two connections. Right, so there we go. There is my fracking tower. There is my fracking fluid. Those are going to meet and work and play nicely together. There is another purple armadillo. Hello, a purple armadillo. So now it's just a case of wait for the ships to fly out and build that for me. In the meantime, let's head back to this and put in a pipe. Put in another green belt to bring more iron in, because I could do with that. And let's go in the right direction. So yeah, get the full flow of iron coming in, and maybe then go and have a bit of a think about the concrete. And also, oh yes, I also wanted to run the fracking juice pipe. Let's go back along the tunnel and run the and then dig a hole down to get the fracking fluid down to the where I need it for the iron mine. Oh, and I need power down here as well. Okay, let's do power. I could do it from the other end now. Let's do it from this end, because then I can in theory in the future I could remove the power connection, the overland power connection, and just have the power running down the tunnel as I think it should. I've only got 10 cables left. Let's get some more of those as well. This yak is getting very, very shaved. Yeep, belt. Right, so I need some more cables. Give me that. And that, I suppose. Am I going to need anything else? I picked up an enormous quantity of green belts. Well, I say I've got 800 of them, so that should do. I've got some better elevators. I could drop some of those in. Ooh, I was going to drop the those. I picked up some processors. I was going to feed those to the machine down here. That's going to make my even better elevators. Hasn't got any rubber though. I didn't finish that. All right, let's finish that as well. You know, while I'm here, I might as well pick up some of these things. Goes here. And then it's too far out. So I guess at some point, like about here, we'll go in one. And then come along at this point, like that. And then put in a, no, not one of those. One of these. Boop. And now that'll allow us to make the better elevators. I'm not convinced at this stage better elevators are going to do me any good anywhere. I think they, I think the tier 3s are probably good enough. Okay, well, I don't like seeing flashing pipes, so even if it would technically work, I feel a little uncomfortable about it, so I'll try not to use them. Right, so where was the... It was this hole, wasn't it? So I need some high voltage power over here. Right, okay, we've got one of those guys. So if we have you linked from there to put in a... Can we put in a small pylon over here, please? Just about. Where can we actually... Where will it reach to? Don't put it on top of there. That's silly. Put it there. And then we'll put a wall-mounted one there. And then we'll actually... Let's not. Better idea. Let's put the wall-mounted one there. And then I can come down to under here. Then we can start running down the middle of the ceiling as I normally... Oh, no we can't, because there's this bit. So we'll have that. Come along here like that. And then from there we'll go up to the middle of the ceiling where it belongs. Right, the tricky bit now is I need to spot when I run past a pump, sorry, and actually plug it in as I go past. Come on. My kingdom for a click and drag option when laying pylons. Especially now as I'm doing it along a perfectly straight tunnel. So I don't have to worry about doing something funny with it. I just want to run along here, clicking and holding, and have it placing them at maximum range. I thought I saw... Oh, there's my first pump, okay. One. I think there were there 3 pumps along this tunnel? I can't remember. No, I think there was only 2. One about halfway and one near the end. This takes a surprisingly large amount of concentration, which is why I've gone rather quiet. It's bizarre, but just going along here, dropping these things in at the appropriate distances is more complicated than you... It's not as complicated, but for some reason it requires slightly more concentration to make sure I actually notice and don't screw it up. Yeah, there we go, and that goes there, and then there, and then there. Oh, it doesn't reach. They would put in a small one of these, I guess, there, and then we'll link that to there. Right, there we go. Now, if I want to, I can pull up that trail of pylons going across the landscape there. So that's a massive, obviously a massive eyesore. Right, how's this coming along? Boop. We've got more than half of the construction material, and we're caught up. The construction progress is waiting on more construction material. Fine. I see no ships bringing out construction material. I guess we're quite a long way away from Kansas. No, we're a long way away from the start of... What's going on here? Oh, this is a random piece of slope belt now. Yeah, we're quite a long way away from the main factory, so it takes a while to bring the construction material out. That pipe's empty now because we've schlepped it all out into the end bit. Right, so this time, for my next trick, I'm going to head back round here. I'm going to find the point where we're directly above the other tunnel, and then drill down and take a pipe down there and start feeding that through. And I'll take power down as well because I feel I kind of need that a little bit further. Because I'm going to need some pumps along that underground pipe. I've gone too far. And yeah, here. I can hear something chugging away nearby, which is interesting. Right, so we'll cut you, and then I can put in a T section like this. There we go. I think I'm going to cut out a 2x2 here because there's going to be a fair amount going down this hole. But I'm going to do it manually with the laser, because that way I won't overshoot. I might make it's a bit of a mess at the side, but in theory I can go down and be reasonably sure I'm going to drop out in the correct place and not dig straight through the floor below. I know the other tunnel was a lot deeper, but doing this makes me realise just how much deeper it was. Right, there we go. Like that, and like that. I'm going to run you along at the ceiling height because we're kind of full. And of course that's going to be too long. Yay! Okay. That's awkward. Is there even a pylon nearby? Yeah, there is. What if I cut it here? There we go, that's okay. Right, so I'm going to do that, and put in a pump here as well. Can we have the pump the right way up, please? This is kind of ridiculous. There we go. So that goes there. Then you go from there to there, and also to there, because why not? And then we'll go from here. What? No. Then we'll go from here down the hole. Whee! And down to... I don't know where I want to put this. As I said, I normally run them along the top of the tunnel, so let's do that. Let's run that from there to there, and then they can go off this way like that. And then when I need to attach a pump in, I'm going to have to dig a hole in the ceiling, but that's okay. We can dig holes in the ceiling. That's allowed. And if I run this cable, the other thing I can do with it is I can link it into I can link the two power networks together. I'm slightly unsure if that's a good idea, because it means if one of them has a crisis and uses too much power, then it'll take both of them down. But I think that's probably sensible anyway, because having both systems running together means they can sort of cover each other to a certain extent as well. So I think it's probably worthwhile. This tunnel feels a lot longer when I'm trying to put these cables into it. I mean, I know it's a very long way. I've got that thing in the top in the corner of the screen saying it's 430 meters to the iron blast furnace. But when you have to put these things in every 20 meters or whatever it is, I don't know how long the cable is between these, but it doesn't feel very long. I should probably make a blueprint of this actually. Just copy the whole thing repeatedly to extend the cables down here. That would actually be, in hindsight, would be a much easier way to do this. It would even clear the tunnel out for me if I wanted it to, but that kind of feels like cheating using the blueprint editor to do massive excavation. Sorry, using the copy-paste system to do massive excavations, because it's not really supposed to be used for that, and it is too, well, I feel like it's not intended for that, and that does feel too easy. But putting in these pylons does feel like the sort of thing that the blueprint system is actually good for. But I'm nearly there now, so meh. Right, there we go. That's all all linked together now. And on my way back, I guess I was going to say I could run some green belt, but I think I've already run most of it for the second iron belt. I could run the pipe, I guess. Oh no, it's not actually linked up. Oh, because I still don't have any ramps, apparently. So don't let me forget to get more of those when I'm next back in the back at the bus. Nope, not M. B. I want pipes. Am I going to run out of pipes doing this? Probably. Have I run out of pipes already somehow and not noticed? How have I run out of pipes exactly? I built something and it's put down exactly what I wanted. Oh no, there, I've got another 186. So I hadn't. Is the correct answer to this. Does anyone happen to know what the maximum length of a pipe is? Because if I knew that, it would make it a lot easier to put the pumps in the right places. I've just left a gap. That's not going to make it easier to tell. Oh, I've run out of pipes. That was kind of inevitable. Alright, need more pipes. Need more green ramps. Need more green belt, actually. Let's run the green belt along here just to make sure I kind of have enough. I think I do, because I've got like 800 of it, and I think I need 300. But if I run this one now, then next time I'm bimbling up and down this tunnel without a care in the world, I can lay down the pipe for the concrete as well, the belt for the concrete as well, and get that one in place and flowing. Well, maybe not and flowing, but at least get it in place. So it's just a case of linking it in at either end. Oh, there we go. Boink. That probably means that's now done. Apart from the ramps, which we do not talk about. Bonk. Escape. Right. So definitely need a lot more pipes, which are in that box. Is that 4 stacks of pipes? Yeah, and a bit. Okay, and I'm probably going to need more power line, because I always do. And I definitely need more green ramps, which are over here. Probably this one. Nope, that's splitters. Must be this one then. Yep, there we go. Have another 50 of those. Thank you very much. Let's grab another stack of these, just because I know I'm ripping through them at a crazy rate. And then let's have a look in my inventory and find stuff to get rid of, like seeds. Stop giving me seeds. I don't want seeds. I don't care about them. I don't care about gravel. I know I need gravel for some things I'm trying to do, but I don't want to be carrying random little bits of it around in my inventory. Another fracking tower to put down. I've got another cargo. I've still got a cargo shuttle pad in my inventory for some reason. Oh, would you like... No, not you. Would you like these advanced components I'm holding? I think you would. There we go. I don't want cement. That's pointless to carry around. Don't want those. Or those. This stuff is all really cheap, but it's stuff you need when you're trying to build things. I've ripped through a lot of my wall-mounted pylons, but I don't think I need more of those. Where was I? Oh yes, in my tunnel. Donk. Donk. Nope, not you. Next place where there's weirdness of pipe. Here we go. Here's the weirdness of pipe I was looking for. Okay, so this comes in at, you know, I'm just going to put in a pump immediately because I suspect I'm probably, I just can't help feeling that, well, it just feels like a good idea to put a pump in here. So I'm going to then do that and then take out a chunk of ceiling like that. And then put in a pump. Pump goes. Which way up are you? What are you playing at? There we go. Pump goes there. Cable goes there. And then pipe. What was that? I heard a random... Was that random noise in the real world, or was it that me hearing things? Right, let's see if the information-o-matron tells me how long a pipe can be. Pipes and liquids, here we go. Yep, fine. How to drain pipes, pumps network capacity. Complexity limit is... No, it doesn't tell me what the complexity limit is. Can I tell what the complexity limit is by waving my readomatron? Complexity 300. Okay, sweet. Right. Okay, that's a number I can cope with. It's a decently large number. So at the moment we're at 112. So when I get to 400, it's time for a pump. Because I don't expect them to be anything more complicated than just a long straight pipe here. So that's 200. Whoop. Hello, Sophia. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. You had a busy evening. You're usually a bit earlier than this, particularly on Mondays, but then you kind of have to be. Oh, I passed 300. All right, I know it goes. Actually, it's gone that little bit further. Let's just accept that I've overshot slightly, and it actually appears to be okay. And put in a pump here instead. Again, that's really close to a pylon as well, which is very, very handy. So another pump goes in. Stop being ridiculous ways up. There we go. I don't know what's causing that, but every time I get a pump out of my pockets, it seems to be on its end. So that was 320, so I can go to about 620 with this one. And nearly 500. Fair enough. Well, it's yeah, just drop in when you can. Basically, it's always good to have the audience around. Right, so there we go. Now we've gone red because I've made the pipe too long. But if I come into about 620, so somewhere about 630 will probably be fine as well. If I cut the pipe here, it's still too long. Okay, let's go back to the previous pylon then. There we go, that's better. Now I can knock that out. And again, we put in a ceiling pump. Ceiling pump is watching you. Ka-thump. Ka-thump. Right, so that's about 610. I'm surprised it complained that soon, actually. I was expecting to be able to get to about 630. So that's 610. We'll be at 900, but actually this pipe is now okay. And at this point it starts curving, which makes it... This point is going to be a little bit... It's going to start... At this point it is going to start curving, which makes it a little bit harder to tell. So we will run along here like this. Yeah, to here. That's good. And then like this. This allows me to make them much, much longer before it goes, hang on a minute, that's too long a pipe. Which is nice. It's probably going to be too long a pipe though, isn't it? Oh no, that's still alright. So we now need to have that pop out of the hole over here, as things generally do. I will put in a pump before it goes up though, because we all know that trying to get liquids up a steep thing is difficult. Now it's a sort of a real world excuse. In the game, who knows? But I will put in a pump here anyway because I can't, because it's easy to put one in here. I could put one on the way up. We've seen pumps at silly angles like this one as it's trying to put it in, but it looks kind of silly. So I'm trying to avoid looking silly if I can. Please don't make the obvious joke. Right, then back to putting in pipe. We'll go back to the magic smart thing. It's sort of inspired by the Factorio one, except it's a system complexity. So I think it's the number of pipes in total, rather than saying you have or the number of pipes and things attached to it in total, rather than a specific length, rather than a specific area that you can do whatever you like in. So Factorio, for example, would allow you to make a massive spiral if you felt the urge. This, I believe, will not. Or rather, a massive spiral would count as the same length as if all of that was together. Or if you had lots and lots of bits together in a sort of a tangled mess of whateverness. That's a technical term. If you had, do I have a tunnel going through? Yes, I do have a tunnel going through. Yeah, if you had a big sort of web of, is it that? No. If you had a big web of pipes going all over the place, that would all add to the complexity until you hit the limit of about 300 or so. Nope, the patch is actually over here somewhere. Okay, it's underneath me now. Well, I guess it's time for a bit of deforestation then. This jungle appears to be a very awkward place to do, well, anything at all, because it's full of trees. And I want to put down an absolutely enormous building here, so the trees are going to have to go. Are you a thing I have to destroy? Yes, you are. This is the first time I've actually tried to build in the jungle biome, I think. Mostly because I haven't needed to. It's not been because I've looked at it and gone, hell with that. I'm not dealing with all those trees. I started off in an area that was sort of temperate and had a desert nearby, which seems slightly weird, but that's how it was. And then just haven't needed to do anything jungular until now. All right, how's that? That's not a bad space. That might be big enough. Let's try it. So I want to put in one of these things. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Let's see. Where do I want my pipe to come from? Right, pipe is going to come in from over that direction. So I would like the thing to be inside the robot. Let's try that. See if we get lucky. Boop it with the clipboard. Where's the robot? Nope, I've got it the wrong way around. Is it worth spinning it? Probably. Right, pull that back up again, which is a slightly slow process. There's lots of... The jungles are quite noisy as well. I like that. It makes the different biomes feel a bit more different. Now I can hear the sort of chatter of animals and birds and things. Yeah, there we go. That's the right way around. So I want to have power. Well, I want to pipe and power. And then on here I want to have tower and tower. I'm going to make this one as big as possible because I think this is going to be one of the needier mining outposts. So I'll make that nice and big. And we'll start construction there. And We need to wait for 5,000 construction material to come over. This is going to take a very, very long time. But then we'll have a building floating way up in the air. But it's okay. It's going to get some. It's going to get some supports built as part of building the whole thing. And I'm going to need to bring power and juice over to here. So that's going to be, well, if I run out from this, I could come straight through the jungle this way across the water, and then my pipe comes up here. Alternatively, I could go, this is ridiculous, and tunnel down to the, in fact, tunnel down here, join onto this tunnel and run the pipe and power, because we'll have power here already, and then run the pipe along here instead of bringing it up to the surface. I think that's a much better idea. So let's go over this way a little bit. And then tunnel straight down. I don't know how far down I have to go, but it's going to be a bit of a distance. So this means that place where I brought the pipe up to the surface was a bit unnecessary, but never mind. How 112. I wonder how deep this area is. Probably fairly deep. I'm concerned. I've got down to 104. And is there any mark here on the map? Yes, there is. Okay, I'm going to go to from the other direction because I'm a bit worried. Actually, 1 second. No, I think I'm okay. Because if we look at this, if I can get myself into a position where we can see it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the grey square of where I'm digging is overlapping with the belt, so I think I'm all right. If I just carry on down this way, I think I should reach the. Oh, I can hear the drill, so I'm getting close. I think I should reach the tunnel. There we go. There's the tunnel. Nice. Okay, so let's put in a. The squeaking sound might be the wildlife. It might be my laser drilling. It might be this drill here pounding holes in the rock. Or it might just be my robot needs oiling. Actually, that is also possible. Right, there's my building site. So I can now start putting in power poles like that. And I'll just run right along the edge of it, I guess, because then I don't need to worry so much about colliding with trees. He says immediately colliding with a tree. Oh, I didn't need to go that far. Let's just put this down in front of where the power is going to need to go in, shall we? Rather than messing around and going further than necessary. Right, that. No, don't do that. The clipping is, or the object clipping selection thing is based on cubes around, or cuboids around whatever it is your thing is. So I quite frequently try and put things in a place where they just won't go. Because or try accidentally build something on the side of a tree as I did just then. Right, one of these is fluid and the other one is power, and I don't know which is which. I kind of hope this one's power because the pylon's right in front of it and it's going to get in the way of the pipe if not. Let's go and see how this tunnel works. This feels like a reasonable distance down. If I fly down here, round here, yeah, this is where I hoped it would be. So I can run a pipe. I can run the pipe along the ceiling here instead of going up that way. So it's a Shift F from there to there, and then all the way up like that, and then again I'll remove that section of pipe. Right, back down again. Bonk. And now I want to do more pipe, and I can use the magic smart drag and go from there. Right, because this seems to go much further than the individual than laying pipes in a slightly more normal way. Oh, and it tells me a total length as well. Sweet. So that's 120. to there. So I can presumably get another 200. Whoop! No, we need to turn. Yes, we need to turn here. And then I need to go over the top of this, which I can, conveniently. Go to there. Wait, too many. Remove that. The pipe seems to still be happy, so that's good. Where am I? Okay, yeah, nearly there. No, not a 4 and 6, one of those. Right. Then we go along here. And then... Where's my escape hatch? Yeah, I've gone past it. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So I'm going to come in here. Through that cable, but never mind. And then... Oh, I've got it wrong. I didn't put in a fixed point. So it comes to here. Then it goes up. Let's do it. Build it that far. I am slightly surprised that hasn't gone flashy, but okay. And then it's probably going to be easier just to build the vertical pipe like this. Until I fly into a pylon at least. Up to here. And then there. There we go. Now it's gone red. I thought it probably would. So I'll put in a another piece at the bottom of that to fit I'll put in another pump at the bottom of there to fix that. Then we'll bring this over here. Like, what is going on with this pipe? Goes to there. Yes, good. And now I just want you to be straight from this point. Oh no, there's a tree in the way. I'm carrying all kinds of weird seeds around with me. Let's get rid of some of those. Then I can... Fancy not being able to laser a tree because your inventory's full. That is a weird problem to have. Another one. Actually, I'm far enough in now. I didn't need to shoot that tree. Right. Okay. So that's the fracking fluid brought to about the right place. I can now drop back down here. And then I'll put in a pump here as well because it's too long. Yeah, that's worked fine. And I can get that pump. I've still got 38 pumps. These seem to last forever because I don't use very many of them, I guess. Right, and then we need to plug that in like so. So there we go. Okay, let's do a little bit of tidying up around here because this looks awful. The pipes, there we go. The cables can sort of cross over each other like that. That's kind of all right. I'll take that out. It's going to turn the drill off, but that's okay for the moment. And let's untense the cable, and I can run from there to there. No, don't do that. Stupid game. Try again. Run a cable from there to there. Oh, okay. Tenseness is going to be a problem. So I'll run to there, and then we'll go back to being tense again, and we can run that straight into that one. There we go. Now it goes under the pipe. So I mean that is entirely cosmetic. The game will let you clip cables through things, but you know it looks nicer like that. Okay, so we may at some point in the distant future get some fracking fluid down here. I think we should, because I think the pipe is linked, but it may well be quite a long time until we do, because there's a long pipe and there's a lot of weird links going on, and I've probably broken one of them somewhere. However, let's go and check out the telexite mine and see. Oh, this is a big mountain. Let's go and check out the telexite mine and see if the see if the fracking machine has started working there, because that's the first one that I was putting in. This is a huge mountain to have to cross over. Still got plenty of jetpack fuel though. Where is the telexite mine? Okay, I'm going in almost exactly the right direction. I could do swinging a little bit to the right, but yeah, very close. I'm pleased with that. So that's my current coal mine, feeding out to a landing pad that allows an aeroplane to come over, grab from there, and take it over to the main factory. It feels a bit of a weird way to get coal, I will admit, but we're doing it by aircraft because we haven't got trains yet. Right, that looks like a finished building to me. So we can now come down here and plumb it in. So a piece of pipe there. There's a piece of pipe over there. I'll knock that piece off the top of it, and then select some pipe, and then we can switch over to the magic smart drag mode again, and do it from the correct place. There we go. We can bring that from there to... I can't even tell where I'm supposed to be building to. There, and set that as a fixed point, and then up, 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 and bink, just like that. And yes, we have sufficient pipe. There we go. There's some green stuff going available to go into the machine. Also needed is power. We'll bring that over from there, like this, and like that. And it looks like the power and pipe are the opposite way around from the way I hoped they were going to be at the other end, but never mind. So this should now be working. Does it have a control panel that I can look at? Yes, it does. Can I get to the control panel? No. Can I chuff? Right, okay, so we need to turn it on. Boop. I think it's taking in the fracking liquid. Lovely. And yeah, it's apparently working. It's used 35 litres, 41 litres and so forth, yada 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 in the last minute. 107 litres per minute by reduced by mining efficiency. Okay. Max throughput could be more than that. Oh, consumption per miner is 107 per minute. And I think I've got 4 miners here. 3. I think I've got 3. 1 there and 2 down here. So we should see telexite starting to come back out of the patch again fairly soon. Is it over here? Yes, it's this one over here. I mean, not yet apparently not yet apparently, but we should at some point start to see the telexite starting to come back out again, which means we can carry on making the circuit, making the processors. Telexite appears to be some kind of silicon, but it's not made from sand, just to be different. So it's some sort of special rock that you make your processors out of. So over here I'm making what are functionally silicon wafers. There's a few steps here. So we crush it down first, then we cook it into... we crush it. We crush the ore, then we smelt it into telexite ingots. So that makes it sound like a metal of some sort. Then in this machine, this is arc furnace, isn't it? We then melt it into liquid telexite, and then over here we stamp it into sheets of some into wafers. So it's a little bit like silicon, except it seems to be a metal. Answers on a postcard. Maybe it's gallium or something like that. I honestly don't know. I'm not a chemist, but it turns it into wafers, which we can then make into processors. All right, has that been enough prevaricating around for some joy? Yes, it is. It's started to appear again. Awesome. The fracking is working. Fracking awesome. So yeah, as you can see, we're getting a certain amount of pink rubble coming out here. We then refine it down into just the part of it that we actually want. And then we can cook that into the ingots, which come out over here, like that. And then the arc furnace kicks in, and sooner or later we will have... I say kicks in, it doesn't seem to have kicked in yet. Sooner or later we'll have the wafers coming back out over here. I have every confidence that this is going to just work, because it just worked before until the supply ran out. So I feel like it should be okay, but you never know, do you? Apparently we need slightly more than 25 before we can melt them. I feel like I should stand here and watch it and make sure it actually does work, but also I feel like it's probably a bit unnecessary. How many does it need in order to melt it? Metallurgy. Liquid telexite, it takes 40 to make 2,000. So we're nearly there. 36, 37, 38, 39. 40. Blah, 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 blah. Right, so that's working. Seems to be all right. And as I say, I have no expectations for this to not work because it was working before, absolutely fine. We just need to run through the rest of the Telexite production system, and then we can kick it out into here and presumably start casting it into the wafers. And this, so far, this one machine has been absolutely fine. We don't get through it particularly quickly because it's only used for the. So far, the processors are only really used for the really big robots, and we're not making very many of those. So this has been absolutely fine. I'm expecting at some point in the future, of course, to have to expand the production over here because that's how these games always go. But so far, so unnecessary. And it's cooking, but this one isn't yet. Oh, nearly done. Bing, there we go. So now, this one, can you kick in? I don't see any smoke coming out the top of it, which is a concern. Okay, now it's running. I don't know why that took a little while to get out of it. I was expecting that to be pretty darn quick, but oh well. The wafer production is producing. As I say, this is pretty much bound to work. It's just, there we go. All that for that one wafer. Right, okay, but at least the system is working. Cool, so I can drop back in here now, and let's follow this along and try and find out where the green liquid stops, basically, because I'm here. I'm a little bit suspicious that the fracking liquid production has failed because I didn't see any being pumped down to the other pipe, and I feel like the outputs should probably be equivalently prioritized. Now, there's quite a lot of space in these pipes that he's filling up, but I would expect it to go down there and then be pulled along by the pipe that's at the bottom of that hole, rather than just filling up the other pipe. But I guess we'll fly over here. We'll check out the fracking fluid production and see if it's happy. It doesn't seem to be happy. None of these machines are actually working. So, what's your problem? You have no Olyumite gas, okay. Why is the Olyumite gas not gassing? Did I not link up something here? Oh, we're full of waste gas. This is not the waste gas dump. This is the waste gas dump. Ah, okay. Goodness sake. Link this all back up again. Can we plus that? There we go. Right. Okay, so we need one of these on here. There we go. That's probably going to give it enough output capacity now that it'll start working again. Yes, this is the danger of these sort of games. I have the same problem in Factorio occasionally, where when a machine has a fluid output that is a waste product, you don't notice if it's not hooked up properly, because the system seems to be working, because it's either filling it up, putting it in its buffer, or it's just putting it into whatever pipes you put on the output, that even if they don't go all the way to the proper dump system. So it's very, very easy to end up in a position where a machine runs for a little while. You go, oh yeah, this is all working fine, and you zip off to go off and do something else, and then it stops and nothing's happening, and you go, hang on a minute, what's going on? And then you come back and find out you've just not linked something up properly. Now we're maxed out on the Olyumite gas, so that's fine. And that should mean that over here, maybe we're actually able to, yeah, there we go. We are able to produce some fracking liquid, and we make 1,200 a minute. That's enough to run about, certainly more than 10 fracking towers. So this is massive overkill. I'm not going to need to expand this probably ever, because I suspect having one. Actually, no, it's not, sorry, not 10 fracking towers, 10 or 11 vein miners. And so since I've got 3 over here and 5 over here, that's 8 already, and then I've got some more down here. 10, 12, at least 13. And I think I put in some on the next level down, so 14, probably 15. 15 in total. So I am going to, at some point, I'm going to need to put in another one of these machines. However, it does seem this only takes 120 a minute of the gas, and we're making 1300 a minute. So the only machine I would need to duplicate is this one. So it's not going to be too bad, not going to be too difficult, and then get a lot more fracking juice going through. Right, let's go and check on the other fracking tower, see how that's coming along. See if that was actually up and ready to be plugged in yet. Now it doesn't, this one, I've done this in a slightly silly order. This one doesn't actually need a fracking tower yet because it's a relatively new vein mine and it's not actually getting through that much of the fluid at this stage. Sorry, it's not getting through enough of the iron. No, the ships are still up there, it's still being built. Yeah, we're not actually getting through enough iron for this to have any sort of problems. It's the copper one that needs the fracking to be fitted on it. But I'm over here. This one's closer and easier to get to, so I'm looking at this one first. Oh, it's 96% done. We are very nearly there then. We just need probably one more delivery of parts. Maybe two more delivery, one or two more ships of parts to come out. So we're very, very close. And the maintenance drones are all buzzing around, trying to look helpful. Oh, here we go. Here's another delivery. How many parts do you bring in? There we go. That's all of them. 99, 100. Bloop. There we go. So I come down here now and go, yep, I have got these the wrong way around. So let's remove that pylon. And let's remove some pipe from down here. Tidy up a little bit. And then you can run a pipe from here to here. Lock it to that position. Up, 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 up. Oop, down. There we go. There's my fracculizing What are you doing? Really? Try that again, but better. It goes to there and then up. No. Fixed point up. And yeah, just link onto. Come on. There we go. And there's some green juice going in there. Lovely. And now if I get my cables out again, I can run from there to there and into there. And it lights up. Lovely. You see the lights come on then? That's a nice touch. And it makes perfect sense, but still it's a nice touch. Here we go. And start. Boop. Right. So there we go. 2 fracking towers up and running. I still need to get this one over here up and running as well. But that's going to be a significantly larger job because I'm going to need to run a very, very long tunnel from basically from here all the way down over to here and over to here, which is going to take quite a long time. So I'm not going to do that today. But I've got the telex site up and running again, which means because we're getting that's now fracking properly. How much power does a fracking tower take? That's a very good question. Don't know. 2 fracking towers, nothing apparently. Oh, sometimes a little bit. Insignificant amounts by the looks of it compared to everything else around the factory. We've got 20. I've not seen it go higher than 20 something kilowatts so far. So yeah, very, very little. Given the entire factory seems to be somewhere in the 120 megawatts region. Although some of that is charging batteries up, admittedly. 55 megawatts coming out of the big buildings, and then a number of more megawatts coming out of all of these various mini transformers. I don't think it's an easy way to add all those up. The frigging tower you will have to find yourself. It's a nice touch that all the buildings have ladders on them for climbing up them. Or at least the big buildings have had ladders on for climbing up them. However, by the time you're actually building anything like this, you've got a jetpack, so they're a bit pointless. It'd be much nicer if the little buildings, the assembly machines and things, had ladders on them like they do in Dyson Sphere Program. No, not Dyson Sphere Program, in Satisfactory, but never mind, can't have everything. Right, let's finish this sodding belt off, because I've been trying to get this one built all string. And there's just this little gap in the middle here that's stopping everything working. Just need to do that. 5 pieces of sloped belt, and then suddenly we'll have a load more iron pouring down here like that, and hopefully going off all the way to the main base. Okay, it is now tomorrow. I think it is time for me to go to bed. So I'm going to fly along here. I'm going to actually put some more belt in as I go. But yes, I'm going to wind the stream up now. Well, as I go along here, while making sure the iron is actually reaching the main part of the factory. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. I think it's been a good one. I feel like I've been nice and productive. Getting those fracking towers up and running is very very worthwhile, I think, because that's been giving me all kinds of problems with shortages of things. I also put in a couple of vein miners over in the big copper patch to make sure I was still getting some supplies out of there, because it was having problems, shall we say. There was, let's not leave a gap. There was no copper coming out of there because the vein miners used it all up from their veins. And so yeah, we weren't getting any copper out, which meant we weren't getting any green circuits through, which meant we weren't getting any green belts, which meant I couldn't extend this bit and get the iron flowing in at the rate I wanted it to. These belts can then flow in along here. So I've got the iron is going to be coming along here, and when it eventually arrives, it can go loop round here and then go up in this elevator. Let's upgrade these elevators, since I'm standing right next to them at the moment, to the next tier up. I haven't got the tier 4s yet, because actually there's no good reason why I haven't got tier 4s. But I haven't got tier 3s either. Never mind, then I won't be upgrading these. But so yeah, the next step is going to be to bring that. There isn't a way up here. Yeah, it's going to be to bring the iron up from here and start using it for the next. Start using it in the rest of the factory where it's so desperately needed, and that is going to take off an enormous load off the main the previous iron mine. And mean I'm going to be able to start using all of this iron ore for making steel, and that's going to be a huge bonus, a huge benefit. We just need all of the metal to arrive first. So is this I think this is my new iron. Yeah, here we go. So in a moment or 5, we'll have the iron pour out of here, and hopefully it'll go straight into there. We'll see. So yeah, as always, please make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel and following on Twitch, and possibly vice versa if you're generous. What's coming up? So there'll be videos coming out tomorrow and Friday. Well, I think they're both Factorio videos this week, and they'll be coming out whether you're a supporter or not. Then there'll be no streams next week. No streams next week because it's show week, so I will be in the theatre all week. So yeah, no streams. Don't come along looking for them and say I didn't tell you, because no streams next week. But I'll be back as normal the week after. Hopefully, if I can scrape together a few free hours here and there, then I will make sure that some videos come out next week. But I don't want to make a promise about that, because it relies on me having a bit of free time, and that's always difficult when show week happens. Anything else? So yeah, as I say, Planetary Pioneers will resume the week after, and as will Foundry. And maybe if we're really lucky, the trains update will be out for Foundry, and I'll be able to have a mess around with those, and I won't have to build a ludicrously long belt going all the way out to the copper area. And I would like to start producing all of my copper over there as well. So I would like to start producing all of my copper down here because it is a vein miner, and therefore it's a vein, and therefore it's not going to run out, so I can put a lot more drills around it. So that'd be a really nice thing to do. And also, ideally, I'd like to go off and tap one of the coal veins as well and start bringing that in by train, because bringing coal in by aeroplane seems ridiculous. Oh look, the iron has arrived. Bringing coal in by aeroplane seems ridiculous. So I'm hoping that this is, yes, good, the side loading has worked as I expected it to, and there we go. We've just got a steady stream of green belt of iron going through here, and we've stopped that one. And so one last thing before we go, let's go and check on the iron ore, see how the belts are going. There might be some buffers filling up actually at the moment, because these, with the exception of this one, these two belts should stop running, because filling these machines, because all these machines should be filling their internal buffers up. Right. Anyway, yes, that's enough of that. I'm gonna head off now because I said I would. Thank you very much for watching, and yeah, as I say, keep an eye out for the videos. I won't be around next week, but I'll be back the week after. Yep. Thank you for watching, everyone. Thank you, Sophia. Yes, look off and read Cyclomatic. Good point. Yes, if you're watching on Twitch, please hang around for a couple of minutes because I'm going to go off and raid. Probably Cyclomatic. If he's playing Satisfactory, we can go in and laugh at him for playing the inferior game. You're very welcome, No God. I'm glad I've been nice background knowledge. And yes, we'll see you in a week and a bit, Easy. And yeah, good night, Regular. Good night, Sophia. Let's go and see if we can talk to Cyclomatic. Thank you very much for watching. Although before I do that, I'm just going to pause the game. There we go. And mute it as well because it's making quite a lot of noise. Right, over to Twitch. Twitch and raid. Right, there he goes. He's talking about Turkey Day because he's some kind of American, it looks like. But let's just drop in and say hi. And off we go. Right, and to YouTubers, thank you for watching. See you next time.